Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Masuma.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Eduarda.
Доброе утро.
Добро утро.
Good morning.
Здраво, Александр.
Hello, hello,
Как сте?
Eduarda. Yeah, dobro. You speak Macedonian.
Yes.
Great.
Полумакедонка.
You are Polu-Macedonka.
Because I had very good colleagues and good work in Macedonia, they called me Polumacedonka.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I prepared a short PowerPoint presentation if the agenda remains as announced yesterday.
Yes.
If you allow me to share this and
Okay. So let us, we are, Christiana, herzlich willkommen. Okay, so colleagues, let us then start our meeting today, the last day of our training program. It has been a kind of very intensive 2 days of knowledge sharing and construction and understanding of how the, let's say, the complexities also of the technical complexities of the architecture of this data system. And today we will have a bit of a different orientation of our conversation, and we have a number of I would say very interesting and mutually complementing each other presentations. And one of them, the first one, is already ready on the screen. Is a new presentation. It is not on the agenda, but we are flexible. Things change quickly. And why not have this very interesting case presented here today, very short also because Alexander has a very short time available today. Very briefly then, colleagues, welcome everybody. We know that the first minutes of every Zoom meeting are always full of people coming in. The number of participants is gradually increasing. Let us give just 1 minute additional, Alexander, before you start. And then I use this 1 minute just to recall a little bit about the agenda today. So today we will have, as a new presentation, analysis of online job vacancies and occupation skills on demand in North Macedonia. Alexander Kostadinov, who has been a very active participant throughout these 2 days, is going to share with us his experience and the tool he has created. And yesterday I had the opportunity already to take a look. He sent me the link. I think it's really worth. So let us give him this space to share with us. Then we will have another Alessandro. We have many Alexanders. So we have our Alessandro Vaccarino talking about the most important conclusions, propositions that are coming out of the small feasibility study that we have undertaken together, that we are calling Towards Smart Labor Market Intelligence, addressing supply and demand sides. As you have all seen, of course, the conversation so far these 2 days has been about demand side only, right? It's always about what employers are demanding and requesting. So we want those to see, what about the other side, the supply side? So thanks already in advance, Alessandro, for your presentation. And I want also to repeat that the report is going to be finalized in the coming days. And we hope to have some comments from you that can be incorporated in the report. And the report will be then translated into French and Russian for easier dissemination. Then we will have Andy Derman, Executive Vice Director of Global Business Unit of MCBG, so Burning Glass, who is going to also share with us the experience regarding deepening the analysis using the wide potentialities of data. Then the next session, section 9, is a different point of view. It's the point of view of supply, let's say, supply side. So the the ESCO team, notably Francesco Losapio and Jan Lutz, will share with us the concrete experience, tool, results, and next steps of the project, the ESCO project, linking learning outcomes of qualifications to ESCO skills. We have been participating as well in the pilot, in the second pilot, and I think it will give an interesting perspective. And finally, we will have what I consider really a very interesting case, and our participant colleague, Vladimir Kovtunets from the National Qualifications Agency, Ukraine, is going to share with us the results, the main, let's say, insights coming out of an analytical report NQA has drafted and also shared already with the national stakeholders. It's going also to be published internationally. And it's a report exactly on the use of big data for labor market systems, but the insights that this can give for the national policy making and national orientations and perspectives. And I think this is really very, very interesting, how the country is using this data system, and certainly combined with also other data sources to come up to such an analysis and recommendations for the future. Then we will have our 2 breakout groups discussing a number of questions and the final conclusion until 13:30. So I pass the floor immediately to Alexander Kostadinov. Please to share with us your experience and the tool you have created. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eduarda. Yes, I'm Alexander Kostadinov from Skopje. North Macedonia, and I did this analysis 2.5 years ago, actually in 2019. As I wrote yesterday to Yuri, it was an idea that came from Skillowate. It initiated me. I didn't see North Macedonia then and their dashboards, and I said, okay, I will do something similar here, and I will try and test myself by creating a code in Python, trying to web scrape some of these job announcement web portals, and perform this analysis, ETLs, as it was mentioned yesterday and the day before, and to do what is possible in data visualization tools. At the beginning, I started with Power BI, but it didn't work. So I switched to Tableau. And I see also the Skillowate are using Tableau, which I think it's an optimal solution. So the first, I will show how Tableau works. It's a very advanced compared to it's much more advanced compared to Excel, and you can present dashboards and presentation and graphs like here, this one. It consists a lot of data inside. You can see activity rates, employment rates, and unemployment rates by age groups and by years. For example, in just one graph, in just one picture. And I think data visualization is something that is coming in recent years, and it's becoming more and more popular. This is about the data is from the labor force survey from the Statistical Office of North Macedonia, and I will go just briefly through another graph just to see the context and the background of the Macedonian labor market. This is from the Eurostat. It shows employment occupation by occupational groups in North Macedonia and how it changed in the 10 years period. As you can notice, the professionals have jumped from 68,000 jobs to 117,000, and also the service and sales workers, technicians as well, but elementary occupations dropped significantly from it almost halved in 10 years, which shows the scale of upskilling of the workforce in the country. And this is interesting to see on this 10 years period. It was also done in Tableau. This is a print screen, but Tableau also can do this interactive dashboards with the changing of the by clicking. So let's go to the continuation of the last 2 days work that was presented by Alessandro and Mauro. The methodology starts pretty much the same, like web scraping of Najdi Rabota in my case, because I tried some other web portals, Kariera MK, Vrabotuvanje, or Employment MK. It didn't work because they are publishing as a picture, so it can be web scraped. The elements are not there, it's just a photography, and when you have photography you cannot web scrape. Or some of them are even the servers are recognizing that there is a query ongoing, like thousands of requests, so the server recognizes and blocks and stops the operation of web scraping. These are the dangers. So Najdi Rabota, it's a well-known, it's established from I don't know, more than 10 years web portal. It's popular in the country, so I decided to web scrap this portal. For the reference period, I took August 2018, August 2019, because the web scrapping took place in August 2019. And I managed to scrap then more than 6,000 online job vacancies for that period, and more than 800 pages. Once you have the code, it can the code can perform these tasks in just few minutes. It can scrap it download in Excel in all the information that you select to be scraped. In my case, I scraped these positions: the position, what is looking, the qualifications, short description about job, announced date when it was announced, applied deadline, areas, which means where is the location of the job, and organization name, the company that is advertising. These are the descriptions from the Najdi Rabota.com site in the .com.mk, which are which have structured this type of elements inside in the structure of the web portal. I haven't used all of these 7 I would say variables to download. I mean, I downloaded, but I didn't analyze all of them because some of them I found challenge to analyze and even didn't present the desired results. Then it came the process of regex removal, like it was explained yesterday, like removing the special signs, like this one here, and the process of ETL. The process of ETL was how to say most time consuming because I didn't apply machine learning methods like Alessandro did and their research team. So I was doing in Excel, and it took me most of the time, I will say days to process, because it's 6,000 jobs by keywords, looking and classifying the jobs. In case of Macedonia, it was worthy because it is still a small number compared to millions that were shown in the previous 2 days. So just forget doing this ETL processing by yourself. The machine learning is proper way to do it, and we have the method here presented already, so it's invented and can be used. Then I compared how my data compares with the one data from the State Statistical Office. The State Statistical Office is also performing news release on job vacancies. It's a quarterly. So I managed to adjust the periods, August 2018, August 2019 from the State Statistical Office and my data. So when I compare the data, I came to these results, like 1.4% of total jobs were managers. In my case, there were 0.2, as can be seen here. In terms of professionals, it shows that online job vacancies, they're 28% of the total of the works were in this category, in this ISCO main group, while only 7.3% were from the State Statistical Office. This discrepancy, the remainings are mostly the same, and skilled agricultural, forestry, and fishery workers were underreported in the case of web, which also raised a concern to me. It's like, yeah, maybe it's those are low-level skilled workers, so they're not, and usually these are like craftsmen, like also related workers who are not mostly advertised on the like forestry, like fishery, like agricultural positions are not advertised because of the lacking of the digital skills of those persons seeking the job. So the job, the matchmaking, it's done through different methods, probably by friendship, social networks, people know locally, and so on. So this one, the first it raised, and also about the small number of managers, it came because most of the managerial posts are also in the administrative jobs. The administrative jobs are the jobs that, at least in North Macedonia, are not published publicly on the web portals, but it's published on a special administration portal where the announcements are made, and so those are excluded. Hence it's underreported the managerial jobs and the occupations as such. What I got from the data, I performed this analysis then and created a data visualization in Tableau. This is a print screen here, but the whole interaction and when it can be checked and pressed, analyzed online, it can be accessed through this website, to my profile actually, and to the dashboard specifically for this one. Once you select managers, it works the same way like skill weight, and we can show here even if there is time later on. But the idea, and it works the same. The graphs are mostly the same one as the ones from the skill weight from CDFOP. I have granulated data up to ISCO 3-digit, not to 4-digit, because I couldn't classify anymore. I couldn't go deeper. This is also how to say, a weakness in my analysis, but okay, this was enthusiastic work. It was not, I worked alone on this. And here we can see also something that Yuri, I think, mentioned yesterday, that these are the business cycles. You know, every September there are new job vacancies, because this is pre-pandemic data. You can see in September there is increased number. In December, during the holidays, the vacancies decrease, and then restart again in January. This is called in the economy, like these business cycles, which start 2 times per year, usually from January, February, and September. During the summer holidays are off, and during the winter holidays, it can be expected that it's a low number of vacancies. This is another print screen from the dashboard. It goes now to ISCO 2-digit sub-major occupational groups. By selecting one of the groups, it gives you on a ISCO 2-digit level the information about North Macedonian demand for occupations. And this is connected between ISCO main group 1 and ISCO digit group 3. I mean, it goes even deeper, more granulated data. For example, in service and self-workers, there were 25% or 1/4 of the occupations. And it shows the number of total works, percent of total, and now it shows that shop salespersons were the most demanded, and then waiters, bartenders, cashiers, and ticket clerks and cooks and so on. So by pressing one of each of these bubbles here, it can calculate, and it gives you insight about the labor market and the demand by the companies. The next thing that I did, it was a little machine learning thing. It was I did this in Orange 3. It's a machine learning program that classifies only for the software and application developers. So I analyzed what are the skills needed only for this group of occupation, software developers, because it's famous in Macedonia. It shows the bigger the word is, it shows it's more demanded. As we can see here, English is almost everywhere. In every announcement is published that is required as a skill in the vacancies. Then comes the JavaScript, the communication skills, SQL, PHP, and all these technologies that are related to this occupation. So please have in mind that this is only from 2018, 2019. Now the things are, because Skillovate, they follow quarterly this, they can give a track of what is going on, and they have a reference of what has happened pre-pandemic and after pandemic, and which skills and technologies, because now they may be like Zoom, like other things needed here in this text cloud, some new technologies that appeared recently, Teamworks, and so on and so on. Again, this is a frequency of the word used, like I said, English, JavaScript, .NET technologies, SQL, CSS, HTML technologies, communication, and so on. These are the 16 most demanded words in the vacancies and the technologies by the employers only for the position 251 from ISCO, software and applications developer and analyst. Now, the next challenge for me is to apply natural language processing and artificial intelligence for network analysis. This is a novelty. It's state-of-the-art technology, and now it exists AI-based called GPT-3 Insight Recommender, when it can make a network analysis of the words. For example, who is asking SQL from which regions. You know, it can all network all one skills on one competence or one qualification, and connect it with which occupation is needed, from where, what time. You know, this is something new that is coming, and I did something similar back in last August. It created this type of graph. I used the GPT-3, but it's only in English available. It was another project where it classified what are the main topics in a text, insight and how one topic connects to others. So you can see here, like it's the CSOs, it was some other project related, not to the labor, but it's really useful tool that can also provide a lot of insights. What about these skills? For example, who is looking English language, like where is advertised in which positions, because not everyone is looking for it. Or who is looking for Zoom, for example, for which positions is needed. Do we need these skills, for example, for salespersons or not? And so how Zoom, for example, knowing Zoom or Excel, it's connected with which type of skills, which set of skills that in the end create occupation, this skill set. So this is something new that that can be applied, and this is a challenge how to be used and to be applied in this field. I used during the pandemic, I used the real-time data, and I was scraping during the COVID crisis the online job vacancies, and I got this graph. It was from 1st of January to 25th of April. It shows the pre-pandemic times, how it started the year, and yes, during on a weekly basis. It shows the number of vacancies increased as the holidays passed in January last year, and then it stabilized. But when the state of emergency happened, you can see here there is a sharp drop of the vacancies and the curfew, and it all went to just to under 5 on average per day vacancies that were happening in the country and on the portal. When the Orthodox Easter happened also in April, and the lockdown, it also dropped to almost zero. Nobody was expecting and nobody was employing. Actually, there were no vacancies here, and it can be observed. So while we were waiting labor force survey and other data, the classical data, we had this information online because it's a frequent on a daily basis. So the policymakers can have this information, and they can apply the correct policy response immediately, not to, because we all know that labor force survey comes after 3 months of delay after the reference period. So it doesn't make sense, because the pandemic was a new thing and nobody knew how the quality of labor force would have been implemented, and because people are locked and the surveyors cannot visit their homes and ask about this information and the job status. So by relying of digital tools and this type of analysis, we can have insight of what is going on. This is another period that was web scraped during this year, January, May. The overall trend shows that, as you can see, the trend shows that there is a slight increase of the job vacancies, which also result in decrease of unemployment and increase of employment. So in May, when I stopped, I asked that the trend shows increased number of job vacancies in the past few weeks, which can be signal that the businesses are recovering and restarting their activities. So this was posted in May, but then when the labor force survey came, it really showed also marginal decrease of unemployment, but we know the trend, like, is it going upwards or downwards? And the activity rate was also increased for that period, because the second page, the second picture here is a print screen of the State Statistical Office, the labor force survey, this official statistics, and the previous one was the statistics from, the jobs, the web scrape job vacancies. So what I'm here trying to prove is that by scraping almost 2,000 job vacancies in the first 5 months, we can see the trend, which also proved to be righteous in a way when the official statistics came. Now, as a conclusion of this, because I shortened all this presentation in I couldn't, it was like last minute, and I thank Eduardo for this. So let me conclude what are my conclusions from what I found during this research. It is a by collecting data from the OGVs, the most requested skills and occupations can be easily tracked, and information is utilized to quickly adjust policy responses for matchmaking process in the labor market. This is also good information for the job for the education centers, so they can adjust their courses, they supply, let's say, of knowledge or their skills or their competencies they are teaching to the pupils, to students, to see what the employers are looking for, so they can adjust their programs and they can quickly get the information what is the most demanded, and so the whole matchmaking process on the labor market will be improved. That's the conclusion, as I mentioned during the slide, of the demand of for technician and associate professionals is between two data sets from the statistical office, and in the case of online job vacancies, they are the same. I got the same numbers as a percentage. While the it was mentioned that the agricultural workers and public sector jobs were underestimated in the online job vacancies, and this can be overcome, in my opinion, by adding this if there is a necessity to add, because the public jobs, but you know, these are published maybe in other countries on a special web portal, and it should be considered if it goes only the private sector or it goes also the public sector jobs here. For agricultural workers, it can be, I don't have any solution for the moment, but it can be added to some local job postings, or maybe it can be combined with the employment service agency vacancies on a local level, which are existing regionally in North Macedonia. There are 28. So it can be bridged somehow if we want to have the overall picture of the market. Then I faced the problem with the geolocation of the posts, because it happened that some employer is looking, for example, in multiple towns. It doesn't, we saw yesterday from Skilloway, they have these NUTS 3 administrative borders within the EU countries. But in our case, those people are not aware what are the statistical regions in North Macedonia. They say, I need from, you know, they name it differently, the regions from south, north, they say in the vacancies. So it cannot be correlated exactly which are the official statistical 8 regions in the country. The geolocation can be done, however, by town, on by town level. It's like from that town, it's the demand for these jobs. But yeah, we saw on Skilloway, it was on a regional level, administrative level, which is better one, and it is a challenge to find in case of Macedonia. And yeah, this can be also bridged by contacting these portals or having a local push. For example, if ETF wants to go further with this project multi-annual, it can engage local experts and people, and to engage with these portals to exchange data, so they don't block in the future and not obstacle the project implementation. I mean, these are just thoughts for now, and ideas that how can be overcome and make this project, I mean, this information work in reality for longer, not to be stopped at some point, and to track the data over longer periods of time. Yeah, okay, this is a conclusion. I have a research paper. I mean, this article was published by ETF in recently by your colleague Umuhan. So it's available, and the code is available. I published the whole code in Python there. So if someone is interested to go deeper into the article and to see the whole picture, how I worked and the results, it can freely access through ETF and see the whole paper and the research. Yeah. I think I was quick enough. Thank you, Eduardo, again for the time and for the consideration.
You're muted, Eduardo.
Thanks a lot, Alexander, for this presentation and for sharing with detail and also the way you have created the tool, the way you have created this path. And it's really, I think, very, very interesting also for ETF big data project and for the updates that we want to have in respect to such very concrete case studies. And it's quite amazing that you have been working on your own on this. And thank you so much. Colleagues, now let us move immediately to the session in which Alexander is going to share the main ideas, findings from this small feasibility study looking forward. So big data for labor market intelligence, what is new, which limitations and what is new, what else can be done, including on the supply side. So Alessandro, the floor is yours. We want, of course, to welcome you again and thank you very much for being here and for sharing again your knowledge with us. And
thank you very much, Eduardo. Thank you very much, and thanks, Alexander. It was an inspiring session, and I guess it's a good example of what we can do more. Alexander told about the evolution of skill during pandemic, how the pandemic reshaped the skill set required to the professionals and so on. It brought to my head that I had a webinar for CDFOP in the last during the last year. Don't remember the date, and I told actually about it, how pandemic was reshaping skills, and in particular represented the study that was conducted by MCBG, focused on the American market, because we have a longer time series, we have even a strong research department in America. And so I presented some outcomes that are really, really interesting. And again, these can be seen as one of the new angle of analysis. So indeed, the session of today, session 7, will be focused on, okay, what we have now, we have seen it in the last 2 days, but what we can do. So I will present some challenges, some new challenges that we can address with our data and complementing them with others. And then after my intervention, Andy Durman, the Executive Vice President of MCBG, focused on the global market, will present you other examples, some novel examples of what we can do with those data. I'll share with you the presentation. This is the presentation that I shared during my intervention at CDFOP. I'm sharing with you the link within the chat. It's a good example if some of you want to take a look on it. Alexander was talking about the evolution, for instance, of Zoom and so on. In this slide, we analyzed the largest relative shift in skill demand in 2 time series, time frames, 2010 to 2020 and 2019 to 2020, so during the pandemic impact. And as you can see, the skill set, the shape of skills required to professionals was deeply changed. And indeed, before we had some technical skills, big data, Power BI, and so on. And then this moved to personal protection equipment, video conferencing, so Zoom and so on, range of motion, sales management, YouTube, because YouTube was used was one of the most platforms used in America to ensure teaching from home. So it was the main platform used, appointment setting and so on. Those skills that some of them are quite funny, appointment setting, is a quite strange skill, but they are skill that maybe was not explicit or implicit before the pandemic. But now during the pandemic, companies had to reshape their request to the market, asking for the professionals for those skills. So it's really, really interesting to look at it. I shared the presentation to you because I think it's another good example of what Alexander was saying a few minutes ago. That said, let me come back to the original presentation, so to session 7. And the title is Toward Smart LMI, Challenges, Best Practice, and Lesson Learned. So let me go set forward to the context. The context, you know it now better than me. The last 2 days, we told about this methodology, so the KDD for LMI. So we have this methodology, it's strong, it's reliable, we can use it, and we built some tools on top of it. One of the tools that we have seen are the dashboard, the free dashboard of ATF for the 3 countries, Ukraine, Tunisia, and Georgia. But of course, this is a result, this is a strong result. But as we have seen, like a flashlight looking at the green skills, so the green slide, the green dashboard, this part, this dashboard, this analysis is just a starting point. Why? Because big data can provide us a gold mine of information. As said, when we built the dashboard, we were not thinking about the green economy, green terms, green skill, but when the same happened with Cedefop. When my colleague Anna built a skill of 8, she was not aware of green economy. She was not aware of remote working, of new angle of analysis. But we were just exposing a portion, the most representative in that moment portion of data. Then someone, in our case with ETF, Eduarda, had the idea of saying, okay, but let's try to dig into data, come back to data and extract some information. And this is the gold mine, because data can provide more information than we expect. We can come back to it and use it. So we can, once that we have defined the methodology, because the methodology, of course, is the same, we can apply it. We can apply it to new data, so to integrate new source of data, or to the already existing data. And so what we can obtain is the integration, as said, of new sources. We can embed the new sources coming from official statistics or other big data sources. We can make a tailored dissemination to different stakeholders. Again, this is a new value for data because the data is the same. We have the same system behind, but we can make it exposed in a tailored way to the different stakeholders that I presented you during the first day. Or we can reuse some of those components that we have already developed to analyze new data. And of course, we can define a new angle of analysis. So we can come back to the data and ask something new. The goal of the session today is to show you some examples of those new novel analyses that we can do. And the first part is the integration of new data. And as introduced by Eduarda, today we want to present you a couple of examples of what we can do mixing demand and supply side. Because the dashboard that we have shown you until today are dashboards that are focused on the demand side. So what company are asking us. But maybe we can obtain additional and complementary information analyzing given supply side. What does it mean supply side for us? It means professional profiles, occupations of those professions, skills, and so on. So I know what the company is looking for, okay, but do I have a way to analyze what's the supply? So what I can provide to the market as a professional? And in this case, of course, we can try to find someone. In this case, we can create a lot of additional analysis on top of it, of course. We can make analysis on the offered skill. we can match demand and supply side to detect the mismatching, and even to detect if maybe the skills that are being offered by professionals are aligned with the market, or if they need reskilling, upskilling, and so on. And so we need to find some data sources that can provide us information about professional profiles. So we need to find something. We need to find something that can help us. And in this case, we thought about two main data sources. We thought about resumes, so curriculum vitae, and this is one of the sources. My resume can provide information, because within my resume, as in the live job advertisement, I will provide the more detailed and updated information. Why? Because if I am updating my resume, it's because I want to show my competencies to the companies, because maybe I'm looking for a new job. So I have to be really detailed on what I'm writing. And I have to be really up to date, because I have to write what I'm doing right now in the most detailed way I can find. So I have the same need that the companies have while writing a posting, a new vacancy. Why? Because they have to write, on the other end, the most detailed vacancy to make sure they will fit, they will match the best candidate. So me as a professional and the company, we have the same needs. Write in the most detailed and up-to-date way the skills that we are interested in. Me, the skills that I have, the company, the skills that they are looking for. And another source of data, in addition to the standard, to the resumes, is composed by social profiles. For instance, LinkedIn. LinkedIn, it's something like a resume that's alive, because it's a social network. I can use it to interact with companies and with other professionals. How? Exposing my profile, my professional profile, so something like exposing my resume, and then writing, contacting companies and professionals. Currently, for some sectors, such as ICT, management, finance, and so on, this is the source of vacancies posting and contacts between companies and professionals. So it could be a really good source of data. And they are quite different one from the other. The first one, resume, of course, they are detailed, as said, and they are adherent to reality and up to date, as I said before, like posting. And the same we can see it's with LinkedIn. I have to ensure that my profile is detailed, is adherent to the reality, and is up to date. Why? Because it's my front end. It's what the company will look to. A company that's looking for a professionist will take a look to my LinkedIn profile. So I have to ensure that the information within the social network is aligned to what I actually know and to what I actually doing right now in those days and weeks. So they are really good source of information. The first one is completely unstructured. Why? Because it's a document. It's a Word document. It's a PDF document. I don't have to follow a rigid structure. Yeah, we have some formalization. In Europe, we have Europass, a standard for resumes. But at the end of the day, it's a Word document. I can edit, I can customize it as I want. So it's a completely unstructured source. So the challenge here is to develop something that can take an unstructured source of data and tailor it, cut the right portion of data and use them to expose information. And if you think about it, it's nothing so different compared to analysis of a vacancy. I have an unstructured source, a web page, and I have to cut it using scrapers and crawlers that we discussed. So I have to extract those information and then classify it. On the other hand, on social profile, I have semi-structured fields because LinkedIn is using a structure. LinkedIn is asking me, okay, here you will put your competencies. Here you will put where you live, which city. Here you will put your last occupations and so on. Of course, within those fields, I'll write what I want. So again, we are talking about extracting data from a source that is semi-structured information. Nothing so different to what we have seen in the last days. We are not reinventing the wheel. We are just saying, okay, the same methodology maybe can be reapplied. And indeed, we are talking about the same, exactly the same pipeline. So the idea is, okay, what if we apply this pipeline to resumes, to social networks, and so on? And the result is more or less the same. I don't know if you remember the slide that I showed you before last days with the scraper example, the web pages with the arrows pointing to a specific portion of the page and extracting portion of text that is related to skills, title, place, and so on. I can apply the same to resumes. So that's the idea. Nothing new. It's the same. So we can apply a scraper that can point to my resume, in this case, not the social profile, but it's more or less the same. So pointing to the resume, extracting the right portion of text related to the right information. So again, we will have a place, we will have some titles that are occupations for us, and we will have some description that we can extract to detect skills. So it's the same of what we have seen for occupation. And indeed, the data model at the end of the day is the same. We have one OJV, in this case, we have one resume, and so we can use it we have one, resume that can be linked to multiple places, multiple occupations in this case, multiple type of contracts, of course, multiple skills, and so and so and so. So we can apply the same pipeline that we have discussed with you to a new source of data, to an integrative source of data. And we can provide new information in this case because we are analyzing new data. Which kind of information we can provide? We have a couple of examples today. The first one is a data analysis focused on the supply. So data flow focused just on supply without using online job advertisement. So which are the most offered professions, which are the top trending skill. Of course, we can analyze them over time, seeing that some skills are emerging, something like what we have seen, something like what Alexander has shown us for online job advertisement in Macedonia is the same. Just in this case, the source of data is our resumes, so are the supply side. Of course, geography with the largest professional availability, not demand in this case. And we have an example of it, but just to avoid switching to a browser too many times, I want first to give you a second example. The second example is mainly based on the matching of source of supply and demand sides. And in this case, we focused on a slightly different context. We focused on a university context. So in this case, our goal was to analyze the supply and demand match. How? In this case, integrating data with some integrative source that are coming from universities. Because of course, I told you about resumes, I told you about social profiles, but even for junior profiles, knowing what universities are offering in terms of occupations and in terms of skills, it's a good way to say, not to say if today our professions are aligned to the market, but if tomorrow the professions that today are studying, my students that are in the university and are studying for some degrees, if tomorrow, if in 1 year, in 2 years, they will be aligned to what the market is actually knowing, or On the other hand, if my course degrees are quite obsolete, if I have to review, just to adapt maybe something to what market is actually doing. And that's the hint, that's the idea that we had some years ago. And that's the idea on top of which we created a tool that aims to analyze the match between demand and the supply in terms of skill and professional supply from the university sides. And those are the two examples that I want to show you today, talking about the matching of integrative sources. So let's start from the first one. So analyze what's happening. And in this case, the example is coming from an Italian job agency. This job agency is receiving tons of resumes. Now we are going to see a system based on their resumes that's containing more or less 200,000 resumes coming from people, coming from email, coming from website, and so on. Those are 200,000 of resumes related to people that are applying for some jobs. For instance, warehouse professionals, accountants, and so on. The company received this quite big amount of data, and they said, okay, can I use it to understand from a higher point of view, something like Google Maps? We are going higher. We don't want to focus on the specific resume, but we want to know, okay, in the context of a whole set of resumes that we received, can we analyze what's the distribution of people, of seniority, of professions, and so on? And for us, the question was quite similar to say, I don't want to focus on one knowledge of vacancy, but I want to see them all together. So again, like Google Maps, I'm not interested in the single car going on the street, but I want to see thousands of cars to understand if there is a traffic jam or if a street is easier than another to go to work. So we want to provide this view, and we provided it to this company with this dashboard. Let me see, okay. This dashboard, let me put it, okay, it's more or less the same. Okay, it's refreshing, great. This dashboard, why it's so black the screen? I don't have so many digital skills, maybe. Okay, great. This dashboard is providing us an idea from a higher point of view of how the supply side is structured, of course, in the domain of people that applied to jobs that are posted by that company that asked us to make this analysis. In this case, what we can see is the distribution, first of all, of the age of the year of birth of the candidates. So what we have here is an idea of the distribution of the seniority, of the average age of people that are applying to those postings, starting from their resumes. And as said, we are talking right now about 186,000 resumes, different resumes. Then we can see, again, as we have seen within the ETF dashboard, we can see the distribution of where those people are located. Of course, most of them are located in Italy because the company is located in Italy and it's mainly focused on Italian labor market. So we have a lot of people located in the Milan area. We have many of them located in the Venice area, Venice, Treviso, and so on. So in the northern area, but we have even a good amount of people coming from the rest of Italy. And we have some of them coming from other companies, other countries such as Romania, Belgium, Switzerland, Hungary, and so on. So here we can see the distribution. Where are they located? And we can go deeper in data again, as we have seen in the last days. We can see, okay, but which profession have been covered by those people in the years? And here, again, ESCO can help us. Why? Because ESCO can give us a view of all these 200,000 of resumes, using the professional taxonomy. So here we can see the distribution across professions at the first level and at the third level. The same structure that we have seen for the knowledge of vacancies, but here we are talking about resumes. And again, as seen within the other dashboard, we can go deeper in data and we can see, okay, which are the most offered, not requested, but the most offered skills by profession. So we can select a specific profession and we'll see the distribution of skills. We see it even by relevance. So how it's relevant. So what we are seeing it is that most of the people are talking about the English skill. For the professionist, saying that they know English language is an advantage point. So it can be used to present themselves to a company. So here we are having a good overview, a good prospect on how the population of people that are addressing posted by this company are composed in terms of profession, skills, and so on, using more or less the same pipeline that we have seen before. But again, as said before, we can go another step further and we can say, okay, I'm not just interested in people, but I'm interested in the training offer of my country. And that's the example that we have created with the University of Padua. Let me zoom out. Okay. University of Padua, it's one of the ancient universities in the world. It was founded in the 222 year, so more or less 800 years ago. And they offer a good amount, 150 course degrees. They called us saying, okay, we want to understand how, if the course degrees that I'm offering are really aligned to what market is actually asking for. Okay, what's the goal? How we can do it? Sorry, how we can do it? We can do it using different type of sources. In this case, we selected what? We selected some documents, some official documents that each university in Italy have to send to the Ministry of Education. So when a university starts a new course degree or change something in the course degree, they have to send an official document to the Ministry of Education saying, I'm offering to my students, to people, this course degree. This course degree is structured with those courses. The duration is 3 or 5 years, and so on. And there are some portions within this document where the course responsible has to detail, to write something in natural language, why I'm offering this course degree and what's the market outcome that I want to address. So which kind of professions I want to create, to offer to the market using this course degree. And of course, this portion of the document, again, is natural language. So the responsible does not have to select a profession from a list, from ESCO, and so on, but just have to write something in a block of text. And the idea, again, was to say, okay, we have a block of text where someone that is an expert of that specific domain, of that specific course degree, has to write what's the market outcome. Great. So what we have here is a piece of unstructured data where someone is explaining some occupations that are being offered by the course degree. That's interesting because it's not, again, so different to what we have seen for knowledge of advertisements. So if we could analyze that document using our pipeline, reading it, removing noise, and linking terms to ESCO occupation, then I just have to make a join. I just have to make a match between the occupation offered and the request on the market to see, okay, the occupation that you are offering on the market are requested in that area of Italy, or of Europe are requested. The trend of request of demand is increasing or decreasing. And of course, we can even say to the lecturer, to the responsible of the course degree, it's interesting to see that the companies are looking for those skills. So are you sure that you're offering those skills, or within the shape of your course degrees, you're offering different skills to your students? So then your students will be graduated. They will go to the market saying, for instance, I am a data scientist. Great, so you know Spark, Hadoop, and Python. No, I know SQL, Java, and another technology. Okay, sorry, you say you are a data scientist, but what you're offering to me as a company is not what I'm looking for. This is an issue of skill mismatching. So we created this tool to support the university. So how it works practically. What we have here is a list of the 150 course degrees that are being offered by the university. So we can select one of them. We can, for instance, select what I can say, computer engineering, information engineering. The dashboard is refreshing. Sorry. Okay. Or computer engineering, one, okay. And what the system will give me are several analyses. This one is the time trend, the time of evolution of people requested on the market with this kind of education. So we can see that, great, between 2019 and the first semester of 2021, 50,000 people, 50,000 professionals were requested on the market. That's great, that's a good number, great. But going deeper, which kind of occupation were requested? Just people having this degree? No, something deeper. We can go deeper in it and say, which are the actual occupations requested? And so we can ask to the system, okay, let's give me, please, the list of people, of professional requests. So we'll see Java developer, software developer, system administration, and so on. So we'll see the distribution across the different type of occupation requested on the market, so that the course responsible can even have an idea of, okay, which are the most requested type of occupation, so on which type of training offer I have to focus my course degree. And we can go again deeper, saying, okay, which kind of contract are being offered to the people with which kind of experience. So even to have an idea that if a person that is going outside the university with a new course degree, what's the kind of experience requested? And in this case, we can see that 65%, 75% of the people are requested having a junior profile, so up to 4 years. So it's a market that's opened to newcomers, to new students coming with a course degree. So it's a good market, it's a proficient market for university. And which kind of contract is offered? So it's a market where just a self-employed professionals are requested, or a permanent contract is offered, just even to have an idea of the stability of the market, of course. And we have a distribution, in this case for Italy, we are expanding it to the whole Europe, because again, what we are seeing are the classified items. So is the classified profession using ESCO. So as we said during the last days, now we are language agnostic. We can move this analysis by itself. It's ready to be extended to the whole Europe and even to the new countries that we have seen together with ETF, Georgia, Ukraine, and Tunisia. So we have this kind of analysis, and furthermore, we have competencies. So we have skills requested. Here, what we can say is, okay, I want to select Java developer, and the system will give me an idea of the distribution of the skill set by the skill orientation. Let me explain it. Here you are seeing that each occupation has a bar associated that's composed by 3 sections. Digital skills in red, then soft skills, then hard skills. The more this bar is moved to the left, the more the occupation will be requested to have a digital skill set. On the other hand, the more this bar is moved to the right, the more the occupation will be requested to have hard skills, not digital. And I can ask to the system, okay, web developer has a lot of digital skills. 60% of the skills requested on the market are related to digital. But which specific skills are requested on the market? I can click, and the system will give me the most requested skills. And on top of it, I can say, okay, but am I offering those skills to my students? And this is a good question, because on top of this data, some course responsibles could review the structure of their courses, trying to be more aligned to what the market is actually needing. Let me just give you an example, because I remember it very well, because it was for me an example of success. Here, what you are seeing here is the distribution of skill set by type of professionals for the data science course degree. And when we looked at it with the course responsible, he said, okay, I'm seeing several interested things. I'm seeing something interesting. I'm seeing, of course, a lot of digital skills, but I didn't expect to have such high rate of hard skills for some of my professions. So please let me help better understanding. And what we see analyzing it are 2 main behaviors. The first one is that this course degrees was even offering junior project manager with specific competence in artificial intelligence. So project management aimed to handle, to lead artificial intelligence project. And in this case, of course, to the professionist was requested to have knowledge about cloud technologies and artificial intelligence related skills. But of course, I'm offering a project manager, not a software engineer. So the higher rate was moved to the project management skills that are hard skills. And the course degrees was not actually offering those skills. So the course responsible decided to introduce a new course within this degree, and to provide project management skills to the students. Because of course, if I'm offering this kind of occupation, I have to take care about project management skills. And something maybe more interesting happened looking at the other profession, because for the machine learning engineer, the data scientist, AI engineer, and so on, there was a hard skill rate. And looking at it, what we saw with the course responsible was that most of not most, but a high rate of skills requested from the market was skills related to mathematics, to physics, so to having some complex calculation, and even some skills related to the specific domain, for instance, manufacturing, because if I'm offering a deep learning, an NLP expert, this person even has to know something about the domain, of course. And this is an interesting thing, because it's the same thing that Mauro stressed us on, talking about the fact that this kind of project must be performed by an heterogeneous team with different competencies, technical, statistical or mathematical ones, and domain competencies. And we are seeing the same thing that me and Mauro are seeing from years by our experience within the market, because the company are asking the same thing that we are seeing, that in this world, the data science world, we have to provide this wider range of skills. And so this kind of analysis, just to conclude this section, is an analysis of what we can obtain combining different sources. In this case, the demand, because all those skills, all those rates, all those lists are coming from the demand side, but queried using a new angle of analysis. And in this case, is the angle of analysis of the university offer. So what universities are offering to people, to the market, sorry. So I hope it was clear. Eduardo, do you have some notes on it? No, you unmuted your mic.
Thank you very much. I just think that we need to keep track of the time.
Yeah,
And maybe I just wanted to encourage participants to write their questions in the chat box. Thank you. Maybe one question immediately, but not for response immediately, just when you can. Did you undertake similar analysis with vocational education and training qualifications and institutions, or is it also possible to do it? But that's a question for later.
Okay, yeah, the answer and it's yes, but we will talk about it later. Okay, great. So just to conclude this first section, that was even maybe the biggest one, at least for me. So we have some opportunities. We have, of course, as we've seen, I'm coming back to what I said to you during the first day. Social profiles in this case, resumes, university documents, as well as job posting, as I said to you on Monday, can provide some actual information, some deep and up-to-date information about how the labor market is evolving, not just on the demand side, but on the supply side. And this can provide us some useful information, some deeper information, because we are seeing what professionals are offering to companies right now in a really deep way. And using the same taxonomies that we have adopted before, so for instance, ESCO for occupational skills, we can provide a linkage between those two heterogeneous sources of data, the demand and supply side. So there is a big opportunity with, of course, the challenge of analyzing both kinds of data. And in this case, the main challenge is about data availability. Because generally, for instance, talking about the demand side, it's quite easy. We have seen it. Posting by their own nature are public on the web. A company wants the posting to be available to everyone. But on the other hand, resumes are generally personal and are not shared on the internet. I will send it to the company, but I'll not publish my resume somewhere in the cloud where someone can see it. It's a one-to-one relation while sending a resume. On professional social networks such as LinkedIn, this is public, but those companies are paying a high attention to the ownership of their data and are denying access to external players because that's their own value. A social network like LinkedIn bases its value on the fact that it owns the system and it owns the data that's contained with it. So it's not so easy to access this kind of information, of course, and it's not easy even for a privacy, for some privacy policy, because we are talking about personal data. Within my resume, you will find my personal phone number or something similar. So privacy and GDPR and so on, it's a little more hysterical in this kind of source of data compared, for instance, with job posting, of course. But those are the challenges. The opportunities, the value of the V of value of big data, it's quite evident. It can provide us a lot of new information. So this concludes the first example of what we can build on top of the data that we have seen with ETF. The second topic that we wanted to discuss today is visualization. Visualization, we already told about it, the challenges of visualization. We have told about creating a tailored approach that can provide the right tool to the right person. And the person, we have seen, are the end users of a system. I'm coming back to what I explained you the first day. And we have identified 4 main families: citizens, organizations, decision makers, and analysts. And those 4 different types of stakeholders have 4 really different types of needs. The first, citizen will ask, where is my professional profile required? So really high level question. Organization will analyze, for instance, the demand trend for ICT related occupations on a specific market. Decision makers could be the universities that we have just said you. So do I have to take a decision to create a new course degree, to change some courses and so on, and I need some data to answer my question. And analysts are people that wants to going deeper within data. So for instance, how green economy is evolving in my country. So having a new question that requires a new data to be extracted from our gold mine. So in this case, we are talking about 4 really different types of context. The first one, citizens are low domain skill because they don't know so much about labor market, low analytical skill, but on the other hand, they require the low depth of information. Just some KPIs could be enough. On the other hand, organization and furthermore decision makers will have high domain skills, low to medium, not so high, maybe technical skills, querying skills, but we require medium depth of information. So not so deep, but a good depth compared to citizen. And on the other hand, analyst will have a high domain skill, high advanced analytical skills, and will require the high depth of information with low standardization. So custom question to the system. And so we will need to provide them different type of information. In the first case, something really easy to be seen, like KPIs. In the second case, something more easy to be analyzed, but deeper. And in this case, we're talking about storytelling, something that can help support an organization analyzing data. On the decision makers, we can provide some focused dashboards. And in this case, we have already seen the example of, for instance, of the ETF dashboard or of the university dashboard, so some focused dashboard. And the last case, the analyst, we can provide a data lab. A data lab could be something like what we have seen yesterday with Mauro. So a place where an analyst with technological skill can have access to the whole data set behind dashboards and analysis. So the third and the last examples, decision makers and analysts, are already being covered by what we have shown you before. Let me focus on the first 2, citizen and organization, showing you 2 examples on how to select the right solution for the right need. The first one, as said, is the citizen, with high-level indicators, no domain background needed, and we have to ensure that there is no risk of misinterpretation, because it's an information that we have to provide on a wide shape of people that we will see. The approach in this case is a KPI-based approach with a blog around, so with some verbose interpretation around the mere number, because we need the citizen to be helped understanding the number that he's seeing. On the other hand, for organization, as said, we can provide something more. So again, a quite easy to be used solution, so a storytelling based with some guided dashboard. So not a standard dashboard where the person will do self-serving analysis, but a more guided way. And for both of those 2 scenarios, we have some tools, we have some solution. Let me briefly present you the first one. Exit this dashboard, okay. And in this case, sorry, this is in Italian, but I'll explain you. This is an Italian initiative, the Observatory of Digital Competencies. This is an initiative from the Italian Ministry on analyzing and exposing to citizen information about how labor market, IT-related labor market is evolving within Italy. And we built it having in mind that our stakeholder in this case is the citizen. So we can't provide a dashboard that could be quite hard to be understood by people. We have to provide more higher level numbers, KPIs, with a more verbose explanation around. And that's what we built. For instance, here, what you can find, for instance, is the distribution across time. Great. So what we have here, the first part are just KPIs. So 31% is the trend of vacancies between the second quarter 2021 and the same quarter in 2020. So a market that is growing. And then we discuss it, we explain those numbers, we help citizens understanding those numbers. And just as a last part, we provide a small dashboard, just a line bar and some more information. So the distribution over time across occupations, across industries, and across geography. But again, we have guided the citizen across some high-level numbers that are quite easy to be seen and to be understood, across a verbose part, and then across numbers. So the citizen is guided analyzing those numbers. And the same is, I want to understand the competencies, for instance. Okay, we can provide competencies, but we will contextualize them. 3 KPIs, high-level numbers, some explanation about what we're going to see, and then some more detailed number. So that's the strategy that we need to keep if we want our goal, so to provide information to be successful. We have to keep in mind that in this case, our stakeholders are citizens. And the same approach, but in a more complex, in a more structured tool, can be found for organization. I said you a couple of days ago that we started analyzing data in Italy in 2013. So it was our first country. And we built on top of it a tool that's called WALL-E. Let me just log in into the page. Okay, great. And what I'll see here is a web portal aimed to guide, again, me on a more complex data, so more articulated way. What I can see here are 8 entry points. I can analyze just the last 12 months of data, or I can, let me switch on English, okay? I can see one occupation to have an idea in highlight. I can see some skills, I can see some industries, or I can decide what's the angle of analysis that I'm interested in. Am I interested in a geographical analysis, in a skill analysis, in an industry analysis, or in an occupational analysis? So I can select my entry point and enter my system. Let me just select the geographical one, but we'll reach the same result at the end of the story. Great, this is Italy, it's fantastic. I can select one nation, the whole nation, one region, one province. So let me just select my area, Lombardy. Let me say if I want to add some neighbors, maybe Torino, Piemonte. So even to analyze the area of ATF. Let me select the professional group. For instance, I'm interested in professionals, and the time frame that I'm interested in. In this case, the last year, the last 12 months. So, great. The system will provide me what? Will provide me, again, ESCO occupations. Okay. Sorted by the number of vacancies. So, software developer is the most requested occupation. Great. With a rate of 24% of permanent contracts. So, I'm finding some information. But I can go deeper. Great, I'm interested in software developers. I click on it, and here the system will provide me an identity card of the professionist. So will provide me the distribution across experience, the distribution across contract typologies, so the type of contract offered, unknown, temporary, permanent, self-employment, or internship, the distribution across sectors, or the top skills. So what I'm finding here is an identity card. This system is helping me understanding how labor market is evolving, in this case, for one occupational area. I could select one industry and so on, and I'll reach more or less the same page. So in this case, I have been guided across the data to find the result for my analysis. This is an example of a tool that can be, of course, it's not focused on one question. It can provide me different answers to my question, but in a guided way. So the people will be guided analyzing it, will not be alone with data, having to understand how to click, how to use it. It's not a full free analysis, it's a guided one. And that's the goal of these kind of tools. I just show you this for the Italian country, but we have it for different regions across Europe. Catalonia, the Barcelona region, is using the same tools, the same tool as well as other regions across Europe. So this is a good tool to provide information to organizations and even in some cases to citizens. So, okay, Elena is asking me who organized this observatory. This observatory is this talent observatory is was designed by some experts within MCBG. So it's currently a tool, a product that's offered by MCBG. It's offered, as you can see, on Italian market, as well as I was saying on the Catalonian one, and so on. In this case, it's more or less the same. We have 8 entry points, and then we are redirected to the same analysis that we have seen before. Now, let me just switch. So this was to let you understand that even visualization is not as straightforward. We have to be really careful about what we are offering to our stakeholder. And the last one, more technical, I know that I have just few minutes, are focused on off-the-shelf AI solution. So in this case, what we want to address is a question that we have already received during the last days. We have developed something. We have developed a lot of machine learning tools, pieces, and so on. But can we use them to answer new questions? Can we reuse them? So in this case, we are talking about what? We are talking about AI reusage. Why it can be an opportunity? Because, of course, reusing AI tools, so reusing some machine learning models, can reduce the cost of development. I don't have to reinvent the wheel, of course. I can reuse the same piece of software that Mauro has developed. This will enhance the efficiency. I'll be faster in developing my solution. Will centralize maintenance because I just have to take care of one machine learning model, and will ensure consistency across projects on classification. So I'll not have a noise introduced by the fact that I'm using a different pipeline. So in this case, we know this can be a good opportunity. It can be a really good one. And we have several solutions that can help us. Such as what Mauro showed you yesterday. We have Databricks, we have Colab, we can provide what? We can take the pieces of our solution and expose them as microservices. So I can develop a piece of machine learning model and expose it, something like an oraculum. So something that I'll ask a question and the system will answer me. In this case, can be really efficient because I just have to know how to invoke it, how to make the question. Something like our smart assistant, Alexa, Siri, and so on. So not Siri, it's not your moment. Okay, so I can invoke them. I can ask something. I can ask, in this case, I could ask, Alexa, please classify that title. And Alexa could give it, could do it. I don't need to know how it works behind. I don't need to know how Mauro developed the machine learning model. I just know what's the question to be done to the system. So it's really, really good. It's a really good opportunity. But we have to know very well on what we are doing. And that's, I think, it's the most relevant part, the most relevant question. Yes, Mauro, I mentioned you. So we have to pay really attention. We are making something similar with Eurostat. We are trying to build something like a repository of machine learning models to be reused. It's what Fernando was mentioning during his intervention on Monday, creating a repository of machine learning models, of software tools to be reused to build a wider platform on top of what we have developed. But it's crucial to ensure that the behavior of each component, as well, of course, as the methodology that's behind it, is well documented, and furthermore, it's well understood by the person that's using that system. Let me just give you a couple of really brief examples on deduplication and industry classification. Deduplication, okay, Alena, I'll answer you. So in this case, talking about deduplication, I told you about it. It's a challenge. Deduplicating job posting is not easy at all. And we have to understand, what does it mean, deduplicating? Because I know, for instance, that a given portal contains 100 postings. If I look at the dashboard filtering by just one source, I could find that it's containing 10 postings. It's an issue of a system. Are you excluding, not collecting some posting? No, we have to understand really well what we are doing while deduplicating. So we don't have to take the duplication phase just as a system that's working, and I don't have to take care about the behavior. Let me explain it to you really briefly. We have a time series. A company can publish a posting on a given portal, A. So the same posting can be deduplicated by another portal and republished. And to increase visibility, the company can republish the vacancy on a new portal. So what we have are 3 different images of the same posting. In this case, the system will try to understand which is the best one, which is the one to be elected as the main one. How? As we said last time, looking at the description, trying to define a high similarity, so really similar posting, and select within posted within a coherent time frame, and selecting the first one when the first time the company expressed the need. And so in this case, the first one vacancy is elected. So I'll not find maybe the portal B containing this vacancy because I elected the first one over the historical series. So I have to take care of it while analyzing my data and while using this kind of component, because on the other end, I could make some mistakes saying, okay, the system is not working as expected. But the issue is not just in the system, is in what I'm expecting from it. So I have to know it very, very well. And on the industry classification, it's something similar. We have to know what the system is doing, and we have to know, in this case, what does it mean analyzing online job advertisement data. Alexander said the same thing a couple of hours ago, so I'll be really fast. Most countries, for instance, don't publish healthcare-related posting on the web because it's a public sector. So it's not an issue if my distribution across sectors will not cover that specific one, because it's not expressed. I'm not analyzing labor market in this case. I'm expressing what web labor market is saying me. And so we have to take care of it. We have to take care of this kind of behavior while analyzing data. Because on the other end, we will say, okay, maybe the system is not working properly. No, the system is expressing something that is web labor market. So we will not find healthcare, we will not find agriculture. Why? Because agriculture is a sector generally not expressed on the web. This just to say that we are not defending the system. Big data, as we think, can introduce relevant critical topics to be handled. But we have to deal with them we have to be really well known about those criticalities. because if we can deal with them, as we have seen in those 3 days, big data can provide us a really a gold mine of novel data, on depth data. So just to conclude my intervention, don't trust this system, don't trust big data by itself. Understanding and then believe it. And to do it, you have to understand better, really, really well the system. And that was the goal of these 3 days together. Now, I guess that I'm running out of time. What we have seen until now, oh great, Marco is answering to Alena about the Wallaby system. So what we have seen until now is how the system works, how the system was built, what we can obtain by those kind of systems. Now that we have understood it, I get that we are quite ready to see what we can do now. So what we can do again, what we can build on top of those kind of systems. So I'll pass the stage to the great Andy Durman from MCBG. I guess Eduarda is already online. Sorry, Eduarda.
Hello. Hello. So thanks a lot, Alessandro, for this presentation. Actually, Marco is not yet online. I already sent him 2 emails. Maybe he has a little bit of a mixed view on the time. So let us, if you maybe Marco or yourself could send him a message so that he urgently joins. Yeah. Okay. So I think there are some.
Yeah, we can take some time to
answer additional questions. Yes. So there was a question by Marcella a bit earlier. Hello, are these platforms connected to an internal system providing the data to the users?
Internal system, those portals are built on top of the system. So all the system that I showed you, behind those systems, we can find the same databases that we show you on Monday. So it's a system that's built on top to expose the data that we have classified. So I don't know on which specific tool maybe Marcella was talking about, but just to give you an example, behind the university tool, there is the system, the database of job posting, and there is a database where our artificial intelligence system has classified the course degrees document that explained you. So behind it, there is always the online job vacancy database plus the course degree classification one in that case. So just to come back to the terminology I used before, there is the integrative one, the complementary one. Oh, in the meanwhile, I'm seeing the great face.
Andy, yes, Andy has joined.
I'm so
hello.
very sorry. That's my first ever time zone fail. I was relaxed and thinking, right, another 50 minutes and we'll be fine. 10:30 will come around. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so very sorry.
Yeah, we guessed that you were a little bit lost in translation between time zones. So, thank you so much. So I want first of all to thank very much our Alessandro for the presentation, for exploring all these various dimensions, and for also talking about challenges and opportunities. Challenges are often related also with opportunities. And the last, let's say, point you made about do not trust, first understand it and believe. So that's the system, I mean, and understanding it, it's quite important. So thank you very much, Alessandro, for all the contributions, for your energy, and all the best. We are still together until the end of this training program. So thank you so much, Alessandro, really.
You're welcome.
And now we are so all very curious about Andy. We have been hearing about Andy, about what he's going to tell us, about MC. Several of our participants are even writing. They have already they have already registered, subscribed to the news, etc. So Andy, the floor is yours. So you have, let's say 40 minutes for your interaction with the participants. And really, we thank you very much for contributing. Thank you.
My pleasure, and my apologies again. That's a hard lesson I'm going to learn and take forward, a new skill that I have just acquired there. Being careful with the time clock. Sincere apologies. And similarly, I've heard great things about the work that you guys do, so I'm very excited to continue to learn more as we work together and deepen our relationship. So thank you very much. Yes, my name's Andy Derman. I'm here in the UK, which is an hour behind you, apparently. So there we go. So my sincere apologies again, and it's great to see you and other friendly faces from the MZ Burning Glass family on the call, as well as others. So I'd like to just, I suppose, use this opportunity in the next 35 minutes or so to introduce a little bit about the new world of MZ Burning Glass. We've all kind of arrived to this place from different dimensions, so just wanted to kind of give some background to that and talk a little bit about some of the wider work that we're doing as an organization globally. And in terms of how do we take data, and as you've been discussing there, you know, data is great, but you know, first of all, we've got to understand it to be able to trust it, understand its strengths and weaknesses, but also then think about data is only as good as the action we turn it into, the decisions that we make. And so I wanted to kind of share a few examples of work that we've been doing over the years about taking various elements of labor market insight and turning it into real change and real action. And then just wanted to conclude really to kind of bring it into the here and now, to look at just kind of what we're learning through our data at the moment, because there's a lot of change going on around the world when it comes to the labor market. And I thought it might be helpful to share various pieces of research that we've been doing over the last 12, 18 months or so, to kind of just illuminate some of the examples as we go through, and maybe bring it to a conclusion around some thoughts about what we're thinking about as an organization as well. So let me dive in and do the first introductory piece. And so MZ Burning Glass is a relatively new name on the docket there, but two fairly well-established organizations that you may or may not have come across in your journeys thus far, certainly the Burning Glass side of things from the work with ETF. Both organizations have, we've merged recently, and really on a strong mission around helping people make better decisions about the labor market. But as we've learned about each other's businesses, have discovered that we aim to arrive at the same point, but from slightly different and highly complementary purposes. And so it's been really fun over the last 6 months or so getting to know, I'm from the MZ side of the business, and I founded the UK team and have been running the UK team here for the last 10 years or so, but having now connected with our Italian friends, and as I was actually just time traveling, I was in New Zealand just a moment ago, hence why I was late, my apologies. So talking about our work in the Asia Pacific region as well there. So the real mandate is to continue to do what we do and why we do it, but do it stronger together and take the best of the both worlds that we can bring together and knit together. And really around this mission of using labor market insight to help organizations and the communities that they serve make better, more informed decisions, particularly within the context of the local economy, where the rubber hits the road, so to speak. So that's our real focus, is how, yes, we can work with large organizations, national, multinational organizations, but ultimately, how do we help people on the ground make decisions that are most relevant to the world they see around them? And so a big part of what we want to do is not just look at the big picture, but really get into the weeds of the micro. And that's certainly where bringing our two worlds together has helped us to kind of bridge that gap. So in terms of labor market data, obviously you guys are very knowledgeable, and you've been learning lots through the last few days. And certainly if people like Alessandro and Mauro have been speaking, then you've been learning a lot about very clever things, much more clever things than I know, for sure. But to summarize, when it comes to thinking about what do we mean by labor market data, as now a combined organization, we think quite holistically, that ranges from what we call here structural labor market information, so official government statistics. The idea there is that we can get build a picture of just what work is happening in the volumes and trends associated, and we get a good complete view of the labor market. But one of the great challenges of the structural labor market data and official statistics is they are often statistical constructs and sometimes don't quite reflect how we see the world around us. I know, for example, we have an occupation in the UK called software programmer. Well, what does that mean in the real world? You don't just work as a software programmer, you have various specialisms or elements to your role. So whilst it helps us understand the kind of big picture of the labor market and the key building blocks, it's the big data, so the job postings, derived insights, but also insights derived from professional profiles that can really help us dive into the detail. And so you'll be familiar through your historic work with Tableau Works and Burning Glass, a real strength in that job postings realm, being able to dive into what we can learn about how employers are seeking employees to really build contextual information, as well as then professional profiles that help us kind of understand how people represent themselves in the labor market. And a critical part to really unlocking the insight from those two dimensions is the ability to build strong libraries and taxonomies, so skills libraries, definitions that become standard ways of understanding what's happening in the labor market. Now, our view is each of those data points has great value and benefit in isolation, but they also have a number of weaknesses. And so one of the key things that we're looking for as an organization is by knitting multiple data sets together, we can try and manage through those weaknesses because we understand them. We can start to find ways in which we can fill those holes. We know job postings are more likely to be advertised for certain roles than other types of roles. So by connecting job postings to, say, structural data, where we get a fuller picture of employment across a range of roles, we can start to see where there are strengths and weaknesses in the data and cross-tabulate that data to kind of help us understand how to read the information and that level of trust we can put on any one data set. So that's the new world that we're bringing as MZ Burning Glass, is that kind of world of a holistic view of the labor market. Different data sets serve slightly different purposes, but really build value by bringing those worlds together. And a few of the examples that we'll look at will certainly pull some of that through. Now, we have different coverage across the world, and we have what I would call our full suite. So that's everything that you see, those four kind of blocks fully developed out for both businesses with a US background. The US, Canada, and the UK is particularly strong with that, whereas most of our work outside of that realm is trained primarily currently on the big data, so the job postings, analytics, and the profile analytics. But the exciting strategy that we're pushing forward at MZ Burning Glass, particularly outside of North America, which is what I'm now leading on, is we really want to try and build out as much of that full suite of structural as well as big data wherever possible. Now, it's not possible everywhere because, of course, government statistics are stronger in some countries than they are in others, but where there is strength, we do really want to build that out. And so we're targeting Europe and our Asia Pacific region, certainly where we know there's stronger data, to kind of make sure that we can build that out. And wherever we can find that strength of data, we will look to complete the set of four. And so there's research ongoing as to the quality of different data sets and statistics to pull together. But where we can't maybe rely on strong structural data, we do have an ambitious mission to build out the big data suite, which is a bit more universal, more globally. And so we already identifying routes to Latin America, regions of Africa, and expanding the APAC region, as well as potentially Middle East and others. So a big part of that, of course, is unpicking language, which we've got a project and a number of native speakers within the business now that can help us unlock that, and routes to really trying to build our taxonomies and libraries in multiple languages so that we can start to build that data structurally together. So just a sort of sense of where we're going. And the key is it's not just about how we do the UK, US, and Canada and the English speaking world, to its tops, but actually we really do see that the biggest wins for us in bringing our mission to the world is to really work hard on building that data in other regions. And this is of course where our worlds collide, and I'm very excited that we can continue to explore those together. And I know there's already work underway in a number of regions to kind of start to build new data sets, so that's very exciting. So that's kind of where we've come from and how we've come together, and also where we're heading into. So the next key thing really I wanted to talk about is to kind of share a bit of a summary as to why we're doing this in the first place, really. So it's all, we've got lots of very talented data people who are very passionate about labor market information. Of course, that's exciting to some people, but also we do that because we ultimately want to help organizations like yourselves and the communities that you're serving to turn that data into action, to make real progressive change and ultimately help economies function more efficiently and effectively, and individuals to prosper within that. So I kind of, as we try and describe who do we work with, then I kind of think about our community that we serve as three segments. The world of education is probably our foundational area, and where the businesses, and both businesses, I think, found their original niche. And so we're doing a lot of work across vocational as well as higher education, particularly around really helping institutions to understand what does employer demand really look like, not what do they guess it might feel like, or what does their mate down the pub tell them that the businesses need, but actually how do we build a strong evidence base of understanding what employers are seeking generally in terms of what is driving the economy that education provider is serving, but actually then digging into the specifics of key employer elements so that we can help that education provider be a real key steward to the communities that they serve, whether they be young people coming in and looking to enter the labor market, or adults who are looking to move through the labor market or re-enter the labor market. So a key part of our work is to bring the data and insight into the world of education, to break down the barriers between education and employment, and help educators understand what is it that employers are really seeking, so that A, they can build the right programs that genuinely meet demand, and B, they can then engage their community. So a lot of our data is then used with students and potential students to help them understand what is happening in the labor market, why the courses are well placed to help them secure careers that they're seeking, but also think about how we bridge that gap to employers to help educators understand which are the key employers that are hiring or struggling to hire in their region, so that we can kind of close the gap between the talent that's coming out of education and the talent that employers are seeking. So aspects of the data in terms of understanding which employers are hiring, what skills they're seeking, what roles they're seeking is a really critical part of connecting those worlds together. We're also working across what I would call economic development, and you'll see there's a pattern here. It's all E's, so that helps me remember things as we go. So economic development. So this is kind of different in different nations, but regional government, regional economic planning, local government, ultimately anyone who's leading an economic ecosystem, a local economic ecosystem. And our goal there, again, is to empower decision makers in those regions to understand, hey, what makes our region different? What are our strengths that we can build on and we need to reinforce in an ever more global labor market? So understanding how my economy differs from maybe my neighboring economies or economies in other countries, but also understanding where the holes and the weaknesses are. Where do we see elements of our economy that are holding us back? Maybe we haven't got a sufficient supply chain. Maybe the green investment in major shifts like green technologies is passing us by. How do we proactively change our future? And so we're looking to our data to help them retrospectively understand their place, but also start to basically challenge them to change the data they're seeing from us. bring a new horizon to their economy and invest and identify routes to investment. And of course, it's one thing identifying those routes. The next thing is thinking about how do we then bring our community with us to fill that gap. And a large part of that is connecting these two worlds, education and economic development, together. Because actually economic development, local government, economic planning often relies on workforce skills and talent as a critical driver to change. And so if we can help connect these two worlds together through a common language of data, then again, we can help that ecosystem function more efficiently. And then the third piece is the world of employment, the third E. And this really is the other end of the scale. So this is thinking about it, looking back from the employer perspective and looking back into the world of the talent pools that they are seeking. So some of it's about helping employers understand where the talent is currently located or is being educated that they might seek, that they may otherwise not be aware of. But also thinking about how do they define the talent they're seeking differently. We hear a lot currently, and I'll come on to talk a little bit about some of the great challenges that that employers are facing around the world right now in terms of accessing talent. And so one of the things we really want to try and do is break down that kind of typical construct of I'm looking for people who have done this job before because they're low risk for me, and actually start to break employment down into constituent parts and say, well, actually, what are the skills and tasks I'm seeking? And where might, if I can't find the perfect pool, how do I widen my net? How do I look to find those skills and talents that might be caught up in other parts of the labor market and start to think more broadly? And whether that be about tapping into non-traditional groups. I know here in the UK, a big drive to help people with disabilities access the labor market. And there's, in a good part of it, a large reason why they should, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to access the labor market other than maybe historic preconceptions. The offender community as well, where often find it very hard to seek employment, yet have a massive amount of talent to give, maybe have had a few challenges to work through, and hopefully they've worked through them. But we want to illuminate all the talent pools and try and break down some of those kind of intrinsic barriers in the labor market. And so if we can help employers really redefine what they're seeking and remove those barriers, they can probably find that the talent they're looking for is potentially right under their nose, quite frankly, but we just need to be a bit more creative about it. So the key here is, for us, serving each of those entities to answer their problems, and different aspects of our data can support that depending on the questions they're trying to answer. But subconsciously, building these regional ecosystems where data acts as a convener of these communities to break down barriers, to drive more efficient ways of working in the economy. So just a small effort, I know, and of course we can't do that alone. We've got the jigsaw pieces. We need to give those to a whole range of organizations because they're the drivers of real change. They're the heroes. They're our heroes in this story. People like you guys, and similarly, as educators, economic developers, or employers, their heroes are then the communities that they serve. And so it's really about democratizing data, helping our customers make better decisions, but then feeding that down and helping the system work more efficiently. So the more data that can be shared in the right context, I think the more valuable the work that we do, our little end of the scale of building that data can be. Hoping that makes sense and is probably driven by a lot of what you're trying to do as well. So hopefully we're coming together on that, but this is certainly the work that we're doing directly as well. So it's kind of where we've come from, why we do what we do, and a sense of how. I won't bore you with the different products and data sets and all sorts that drive that, although, delighted to talk offline as we can be helpful. I think often that sounds like a grandiose effort, but there's a lot of change happening right now. Can we use now and the big disruptions that are happening as our act now moment to continue to bring communities with us in thinking differently about the labor market, being more intentional rather than meandering through and trying to find new ways, because there's a lot of opportunity out there, of course, a lot of challenge, but a lot of opportunity. And so thought it might be helpful to walk through a few examples of research that we've been doing with our customers to kind of contextualize some of those things and illuminate some interesting insights. Now, please forgive me, this is very UK centered, because that's mainly where a lot of this research has come from. So think of this as hopefully exemplars that can be recreated and shared elsewhere. But we've gone deep on a few things that I think will translate quite nicely. So I'm kind of looking at four key dimensions of major disruptions, and I say I don't think we're alone here in the UK in facing these. Obviously, the COVID disruption continues. Sad to see that obviously still great challenges right across certainly Europe and beyond that we're continuing to work through here. A mass somewhat connected, but also kind of was there before COVID, if we can remember the days before COVID. In a lot of economies, there's just simply not enough workers to go around, or certainly not in the right places. And so how do we manage through labor shortages? Of course, there's the fourth industrial revolution, AI and digitization affecting the economy as well. And also, of course, the big drive, and we've had the COP events here in the UK recently, that real drive towards net zero and thinking about the emergence of the green economy. Each element's in their own right, but actually we'll find a lot of interrelationships between these. But we've been kind of looking into our data to see if we can help illuminate interesting trends that we're seeing to share with our communities, and I'm glad to share these with you. So I'm just going, this is where we get data-y, by the way. I'm just throwing some data at you. You've got the slides, so feel free to kind of dive into them as we go through. But I think COVID disruption, probably similar here in the UK to most places, where as lockdowns came in, significant drop off in job posting activity and a big concern right back in. So for us, March 23rd, still etched in my mind, it's my eldest son's birthday, March 23rd, when we went into lockdown and he lost his birthday party, we saw almost instant cessation of job posting activity. So the blue line here on the graph picked up a little bit as we all came to terms with things. And of course, the whole pandemic economy got going, but really did slowly ease our way back to the point where as we went through various lockdowns, you can see the troughs that come from those stops, but gradually picking up. Actually, we'll see in a moment that the blue line continues beyond that, obviously, to present day, and has gone absolutely bonkers, but more on that in a moment. But we can see that the impact that the medical emergency had on the economy. And for us in the UK, we had a scheme called furlough, or the coronavirus job retention scheme. Think of it as full name. So that's the UK government basically paying the majority of wages of people who otherwise would have been made redundant as a stopgap. And we saw significant uptake, nearly 9 million people onto that scheme. But you can see that relationship between economic activity and furlough being reduced. We did have a bit of a peak before Christmas as our next lockdown came in, but we can see that was really affecting our economy, and I'm sure this is mirrored elsewhere. But the interesting thing comes when you dig into the details, and forgive me, this is a little small, so feel free to get your reading glasses out if you need to here, is really starting to think about how do we look within our economy to understand how resilient aspects of the economy have been to this challenge, and how we've been able to evolve quickly within our economy. And so this is a graph that compares occupational impact on job postings. So with those job postings, we can see postings against different occupation groups here in the UK. And basically, we've looked at the impact on the initial lockdown relative to then subsequent lockdowns. And we can map out aspects of the labour market that are probably at greatest risk and challenge. So the bottom left, those roles that have really struggled throughout, not surprising, things like leisure and travel roles, sales, occupations, type roles that really just lockdowns come, customer service, the businesses are stopped. There just really isn't demand, and it's been struggling throughout. Whereas at the other end of the scale, the top right, a more resilient end of the labour market, which typically has been at the high skilled end, where actually small adjustments, a bit of work from home, but in large part have been able to continue. Of course, health professionals on the front line, massive opportunity and big demand there. The interesting one for us has been the top left quadrant, what we're calling the bouncing back, where the initial lockdown, everything shut down. But actually, as we've had time to adjust and evolve, have been able to see those segments of the labour market reopening, particularly in the manufacturing, distribution and construction arenas. And so it's interesting to see that perhaps, you know, the initial lockdown was a big retraction and a shock, but actually elements of the economy have been able to evolve to the new normal and find their way through. And so it helps policymakers really think about where to prioritize activity and think about how we can target support into those that just clearly cannot function without an open economy. So really quite fascinating insights there and thinking about certain roles. And of course, for individuals who maybe have typically been employed in those roles in the bottom left quadrant, thinking about how do we transition people from those kinds of roles into the more resilient roles to avoid any kind of continued disruption there. So that's kind of one element of the COVID disruption that we've been looking at. Another element then is thinking about the post-COVID world. So just to kind of roll the graphs along a little bit further, on the left-hand side here, we're looking at official UK statistics on the unemployment rate, which of course did spike as a response to the pandemic, although has dropped away. What we have seen, though, just as a good factor here, was the furlough scheme seems to have avoided the crazy mass unemployment that many had feared in the UK. So actually it's peaked at just over 5%, which is significantly less than the last recession. So that's good news. We've seen the redundancy rate, which is the green line, peak a little bit, but actually has dropped very quickly back once I think the realities of lockdowns were understood and furlough scheme kicked in to say that employers weren't actually notifying of redundancy so frequently, and again continues to be on a downward trajectory. And the vacancy rate, whilst taking an absolute dip as we saw with the job postings, has really peaked and is going gangbusters and is significantly higher than it has been in living memory, quite frankly. So what we're seeing here is a very disrupted economy, as shown by the beverage curve on the right hand side. You typically see the relationship between vacancy and unemployment rate working on the diagonal, as you've seen in the green and the black line, so a more standard economy. The COVID line, it dropped off a cliff, took a while for unemployment to pick up, but now vacancies have spiked. And there just isn't the workforce to meet that demand, because yes, unemployment's a bit higher, but it's not as high as would be needed to help people kind of fulfill those vacancies. So we're facing a real challenge here in the UK, and I know it's not just the UK, where actually demand is now pre-pandemic. Supply of labour is maybe a little higher, but not so much higher. And the pressure points are really being felt in key aspects of the labour market. Again, good to know overall, but we can't do anything about it if we can't connect the supply and demand. And so as we look to our job postings data, we can see significant increases in posting activity from the beginning of this year, particularly at the elements of the labour market that had shut down through through the pandemic and lockdowns, but are now reopening and going well. And so massive demand at the service end of the labour market in particular. High volume employment. And of course, we have the wonderful B thing, the Brexit thing, which a lot of people are blaming for issues here. But traditionally, our economy has been reliant on high volumes of fairly transient labour coming through that have been fulfilling these roles. That stopped, whether that be a Brexit thing or probably more likely a COVID restriction thing as well. But either way, the demand for these sorts of roles is really outstripping. And it's really interesting to see as we look at the apprenticeship end of our education system. So these are employers who are seeking apprentices as a way to meet needs. We've seen a massive growth there as much as we have job postings. And we've seen a lot of employers shifting to thinking of creative ways to meet that need, of which apprenticeships has been seen as one route. Because a lot of people went back into education and left the labour market at the younger age groups. But we're finding that the vacancies are still significantly outstripping the student interest, quite frankly. And we did some research recently, ran a webinar recently where we invited an organisation who manages apprenticeships for young people, who had talked about the fact that hospitality in particular have been really working hard, but young people are not particularly interested in moving into those roles and are not seeking those roles for others that are in higher demand as well. So so we've got a bit of a conundrum here in the UK that we're trying to work through here. And I know it's not particularly unique to us. This third dimension that I mentioned, which is around the fourth industrial revolution. So we've been undertaking an analysis and kind of pulling together research, academic research from various quarters, particularly around Fry and Osborne's seminal work on automation in the workforce, to kind of try and translate that into understanding what kind of tasks are the most automatable within the labour market, and where do we find those tasks in the labour market. So we've triangulated data sets like ONET to help us understand where different tasks are active within different roles, and then think about whether those tasks are highly automatable or not. And aggregating all of that up helps us to look at where the exposure to automation is greatest in the labour market. And it's probably unsurprising, it's at the lower, the higher kind of repeatable process type roles and elementary roles where we're seeing greatest exposure. And it's at the professional and managerial end of the labour market where we see least exposure. And again, by digging into the specifics of different occupational groupings, we're able to actually illuminate that at a slightly more granular level. And we can see on the right-hand side here, those roles like plasterers, street cleaners, etc., where a lot of the tasks are highly automatable. Whereas marketing professionals, health public service managers, those sorts of things have very low exposure to automation in those roles. Now, historically and traditionally, and certainly pre-pandemic, automation was often seen as the scary beast that was coming to try and take all of our jobs. Very interesting how maybe that discourse has changed slightly as we've worked through. But, you know, my question I pose here is, plasterers come out top of the list or bottom of the list, depending on how you want to define it. Does that mean we're going to see a bunch of plastering robots wandering around fixing our houses? Maybe not. Some prefabricated works, but it could be just that plasterers become a lot more efficient at their work, because actually they can embrace technology and they can use the humanness to do the human piece, the interaction. But actually, a lot of the processes are becoming more automated and more efficient to undertake. And so some aspects of this might actually be about fueling massive opportunity and actually thinking about how do we manage in a world of high demand for labor. Maybe we can find routes to meeting that demand in various ways. And we're at a point perhaps in our economic ecosystem whereby we're tipping through that that tipping point where there just simply isn't people to throw at it anymore, and employers and government systems might need to be thinking a bit more creatively about how to embrace the fourth industrial revolution to help us through some of these things. So it could simply just mean that plasterers become cheaper for us, and we might actually use them more because they're not inordinately expensive, perhaps. It could be that some goods become cheaper. It could be that some roles are more automated. I think the main thing is, certainly as we talk to educators and thinking about how do educators manage this in a realm of trying to kind of think about creating the skills for the future, is not to simply think that these jobs are going away, but to be practical about thinking about the fact that the skills and the role, the activities are going to change, particularly for those high exposure roles. So we're going to see change and disruption. And so this maybe helps us focus the lens of further analysis we can be doing, particularly at the skill level, to understand how they are changing, so we can feed that back into our education and training system and think about the most in-demand skills there, while not being too scared, if we're intentional about this, about other aspects and tasks being automated. Again, just translating this through, if we can understand the sorts of tasks that are being automated, we can see how that fits into the current occupational mix. But we can also then see where these fit into different industries, so where industries are looking to manage their way through this. So by understanding where occupations are employed, and so this is a lot of that structural type information I mentioned, we can then see where those roles are most prevalent within the labor market and within different types of employers. So unsurprisingly, it's at the professional services, education, digital end of the labor market. Those sectors have got least exposure. Most exposure lies in some of the kind of environmental services, forestry, and some production end. Doesn't mean that these sectors are necessarily going to be fully robotized or doomed, but they are going to see change. So if we can be intentional about this, we can help those employers manage through that change and embrace the opportunities that automation brings, rather than fear the unintended consequences. So again, visibility is key. And then my final exemplar, really, as we've been looking at from a data perspective, is thinking about the green economy. Now, again, we're on a very fast evolution here, much like the digital economy that's gone before it, is really thinking about the green economy not simply as the type green businesses, the green sector. I've put an image there of windmills. We can think of certain elements to our economy that are very obviously green in their being, but that really is only the tip of the iceberg. Actually, what we're starting to see is a whole range of new green jobs emerging, job titles, job activities that, yes, of course, will be employed within green industries, but will be found right across other industries as well. And actually, furthermore, as we start to understand those green jobs, we can start to see particular skills emergent in the labor market that are very much oriented towards green activities that, yes, you find in the main in green jobs and you find prevalent within green business, but you actually again find further afield within the labor market. So when we think about the green economy, we need to be thinking holistically and not just at the sort of the visible tip of the iceberg in that respect. So yeah, a few examples here that we've pulled from our data. So thinking about the jobs, green jobs, of course, a recycling manager is a green job, sustainability consultants, renewable energy engineers. We're seeing things like sustainability being mentioned in job postings, waste management, ISO 14000 series, environmental health and safety. But some of those same skills are being found in traditional jobs. So I'm not sure if the term ready mix driver translates too well, but concrete mixer. So in the building trade, we're seeing actually in more and more so a number of green skills being mentioned. Gas engineers, a fairly broad role, but of course moving towards renewable energy sources are about skilling traditional roles to meet the new green agenda. And we've used the term, and I don't know if it got translated very well, but almost the greenifying of your traditional jobs as much as new jobs coming through. And again, just thinking about kind of talking to the front end of this, educators, there's a lot of focus on the new jobs and the jobs of the future and the green jobs, but actually there's a massive amount of retrofitting to be done in our labor market to help us evolve through this transition. And we need to be looking as much to existing workers and existing roles in the labor market. And to really hammer that point through, here's a look at, based on the definition of both the green jobs and the green skills that we put together in our research. Here's a look at UK job postings over time since 2017. The light green line is those specialist green jobs, and yes, it's been on the rise, but not crazy. You know, we've seen it up and down, but when you start to think about green skills in the labor market that are being explicitly mentioned, you can see a magnitude difference here and a pace of change that is outstripping simply green jobs. So it reinforces that fact that a lot of future change isn't about the sexy new roles, the sexy new industries. It's about how we bring those skills to the existing labor market. That's where the real volume is. So I am coming towards the conclusion, but I just had a couple of thoughts I wanted to share just as I reflected on some of this and thinking about the work that you guys do is thinking about the role that data, and of course, you know, the critical role, and hopefully I've provided a few interesting examples that might encourage you to think about some of the work that you might do and research that you might do, or examples that you're working through yourselves. But of course, you know, the labor market is a very complex place, and my word, is it fast moving. And we've seen in this last, 2 years or so, you know, a lot of these underlying trends have been there for a long time. You know, COVID and the pandemic really has just sped a lot of that up. And I think we're seeing that interconnectedness. So I think I've often said that COVID is the very bright light now that is shining down on a number of these underlying trends and giving them oxygen to really get going at pace. I mean, we're at a conference here. I'm in Basingstoke. You're around the world. It wouldn't have been like this a few years ago. We would have all gotten planes and traveled. I do miss that. Traveled and met up in person, and there's value to that. But we can share knowledge so much faster through embracing technology, for example. Yes, there are a lot of challenges that come through complexity, through the pace of change, through this activity. But where there is challenge, there is often more opportunity. If we can understand what's going on and we can be intentional and planned about it, we can embrace that opportunity. I think a bit like the automation agenda, if we just let it happen to us, that's where things go wrong and we see the divides. What we want to do is be intentional, and I know that's a big part of the work that you're doing. And for us, it's all about skills. You know, whilst we talked about the constructs of labor market and structural data and industries and occupations, those are simply ways of gathering skills together. And so we've worked hard as an organization pre-merger, and it's a key priority post-merger, is really how do we illuminate the world of the labor market really at that skills level? Because it's at the skills level that real stuff happens, that we can find more creative solutions to the problems, and we can turn those challenges into opportunities. Of course, it's a global world. And I think more and more so, whilst of course I've zeroed in on those examples, and it's important to look at our own communities and think about how do we understand what's happening in our own communities, the context of the world around us is becoming ever more valuable. And again, how do we turn challenge into opportunity? Well, I've just shown you here, the UK is facing a massive challenge in terms of labor shortage. The US is the same. Lots of other places are the same. How do we not just, you know, yes, how do we get our own house in order, so to speak, and get things sorted on the ground in our area? But how do we look to the challenges that others face and turn them into opportunities for us? So I hope, you know, potentially would love to talk to you about how using UK data might help identify where other parts of the world can identify where there are clearly challenges that can't be met locally and find ways to support that. So I think there's a lot to be learned from looking beyond our own borders as well as within our own territories. And ultimately, all of this, I think the why we do what we do, I do what I do, why you guys do what you do is because we want to make a difference. We want to drive prosperity. We want to reduce those inequalities in the labor market. And I think, you know, data is not the end. Data is simply a vehicle to help us have these kinds of conversations, to learn, to research, and to start to think about making choices, more informed choices, to test ideas, and to really then help bring communities with us. And I talk about democratizing data, because I think the more we can empower people to read data, understand data, whether it be related to the labor market or other things, the more we're empowering people to take control of their own lives, to make big decisions. Because, you know, with that pace of change in the labor market, the fact that it is so complex, historically, you know, it's always been that way. It's always been moving. It's always been changing. And historically, it's been the people who have had the root in, who understand how the game works, have been able to play that game and win. And I think the great challenge in the work that we do is all about how do we share that and make sure everyone has that possibility. So I just wanted to leave it on that. I hope that was helpful, interesting. I hope I've made up for the fact that I was miserably late, and we've still got 5 minutes to go for any questions or comments, but I'll hand back now if that works for you guys.
Thank you very much, Andy. I think it was a comprehensive, holistic view, and in a way, I would even relate a little bit what you said, what you shared today, with also the presentation of Yiri yesterday on the skills of 8, the skills panorama from the CDFOP and EU 27 side, this comprehensive, holistic view. And in fact, we are a little bit now over time, and our colleagues who came to share the experience of the ESCO Linking Learning Outcomes project are already with us. And therefore, I would like just to ask participants if you have comments and questions to Andy on his presentation, on his the points he has made, really very interesting ones, strong words, be intentional, democratizing data, look at the skills level, the global world. So data from one country, the trends of in one place can also be helpful to understand what's happening in other places, in our own countries. The 4 drivers of change, and then that incredible word greenifying. You know that we were laughing about it with the interpreters. How are we going to translate this? I don't know if greening, that is also being used, more or less means the same. But in fact, all these aspects are really welcome, and they fit very well with what has been also discussed in these 2 days, so that your presentation has blended wonderfully and added, complemented to the discussion so far. And thanks for the points made on green. I have to say that in these 2 days, there is a lot of discussion on the green, and CDFOP, PTF are trying to do things separately. So we already understood that there is a way forward where complementarity, discussion and sharing is possible and necessary. And the green is really fundamental. It is just about staying viable as a humankind and as a planet. So it's not really something that can be in any way ignored by anyone, I would say. Although the numbers you showed and the numbers we have also from our initial small research show that the awareness is not yet great if we look at demand figures. So there is a huge work to be done there. But thank you very, very much, Andy. And so, colleagues, you are really invited to place your questions and comments in the chat box. And I would like immediately to pass the floor to our colleagues, Jan, and Francesco Lo Sapio. They came to share a very interesting also angle and experience and concrete tool with results, also with challenges and with the way forward. That's what we always like to see, is how is it going to continue that project? And it is the ESCO project, linking learning outcomes of qualifications to ESCO. Thank you very much, Francesco and Jan, for being here with us, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduarda. Good morning, everyone. I'll share my screen. I hope you can see the presentation. Let me know if you cannot, because I don't.
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Francesco Lo Sapio, and I'm working in the unit E1 of DG Employment, unit responsible for labor mobility, public employment services, and European Labour Authority. And I'm here together with my colleague Jan Lutz, who will present himself later on, to discuss the outcomes of this very nice experience that we tested in the past 2 years of linking learning outcomes of qualification to skills, and in particular the ESCO skills. For those of you who are not familiar with ESCO, and that I think it's important to say in the very beginning, we are talking about the European classification of skills, competencies, occupations, and qualifications. It's a project led by the Commission, taxonomy, classification of skills and occupations, which describes occupational skills terms that are relevant in the European labour market. The classification includes over 3,000 occupations and almost 15,000 skills and knowledge. It's available in all European languages, free of charge, available on the ESCO website, but also through application program interfaces. And it's offered as linked open data, meaning that it's free to be used for everyone. The project that started in 2017, so it's almost 5 years old. And one of the key use cases of the ESCO classification is to provide a terminology, labor market terminology on skills that can be used to connect education and training with labor market industry requirements and demand side. We know that there is a communication gap between the education training and labor market. The way curricula are defined are not always responsive to the needs of the labor market, and one of the goals of the ESCO qualification is indeed to link, to provide the terminology of skills that can be used to link with qualifications. And this is indeed the exercise that we're doing here. Why link skills and learning outcomes of qualifications? The idea is that by providing a labor market terminology to describe qualifications, we enrich information on qualification. We allow to identify which are the qualifications that can be used for to cover skill gaps. We support transparency of information on qualifications. So we allow, by describing qualifications with labor market terminology, we allow employers to understand the content of what a person learned and is able, therefore, to do after the completion of a study in a cross-border context, especially in the EU, where we have 24 official languages and 27 different labor markets. This is a big deal. We also, by doing this, we allow individuals to improve their chances to find the right job. We enable all the services that do skills-based job matching and that use skills to match CVs and vacancies. And we also support upskilling and reskilling. By describing training programs with skills terminology, we support individuals in actually finding the right training to them, increase their chances again of being employed, so increasing chances of employability. So in 2018, the Commission started this reflection on how the ESCO taxonomy can be used to describe learning outcomes and qualifications. And there was a study that was conducted in 2018, and the conclusion of the study was that by combining technology, natural language processing techniques, and human intervention, we will have the right approach to indeed perform the linking. So the idea is that we wanted to test an approach that combines human validation and AI. We presented this approach at 2019 European Qualification Framework Advisory Group and ESCO member states meeting. And there was a first pilot that was run in 2019 with 5 countries of the EU. And the Commission developed an IT tool to support the automated linking. So a tool that is based on NLP, on natural language processing, and provide suggestions of skills and knowledge from the ESCO taxonomy against the text that is coming from a qualification. So basically, in few words, we insert the qualification, and we, for each of the learning outcomes that we define, we got back a number of skills that match that content. The first pilot was quite interesting in terms of the results, so we decided to have a second one in 2020, improving the tool that was supporting this exercise, improving the underlying technology, and that is where we got in contact with ETF, who participated in the second phase of the pilot. Goals of this exercise are the following. We want to test how linking skills and qualifications, so how the technology works in different languages, how it works with qualification of different types and levels. This is very important because not all the qualifications are the same and the results are different if we get vocational education training or higher education. We want, of course, to invest on the AI capability, on the artificial intelligence. So we want to have and continuously improve the matching algorithm. We also wanted to see how much effort tagging skills, qualification with skills requires on national authorities and awarding bodies that are doing this exercise. And also, from the point of view of the ESCO project, there are some interesting feedback opportunities there. For example, see and get feedback on the ESCO skills taxonomy if the taxonomy covers learning outcomes, or if there are concepts that are missing the classification, and also looking at how our hierarchies, the way the ESCO classification is structured, can support linking learning outcomes with qualifications. The pilot in 2020 saw 13 organizations and countries participating. So we had 9 EU member states. We had the participation of the European Training Foundation with African qualifications. We had the Inter-American Development Bank that also joined the show. There were some parameters to participate, high number of qualifications, minimum 25 qualifications to test, with different description styles coming from both vocational education and higher education domains, covering different levels. And of course, we wanted to also look at how we can, by linking qualifications and skills, we can look at occupations. So how we can create this indirect link between occupation and skills by looking at the skills that belong to an occupation and then use them as a reference if the occupation is indirectly linked to the qualification. The technical solution that was developed, and then Jan will add on this, was a machine learning algorithm that, as I said before, suggests ESCO skills based on the text, on the learning outcomes of the qualification. And the pilot addressed some of the challenges that you can have when doing these exercises with machine learning. The language barrier is definitely something that, when talking about AI, is important. The text format is one of the challenges that we have, because in the EU, we don't have a standardized approach for drafting qualifications, which means that the descriptions of the qualifications are different according to the country and according to the awarding body, according to the training provider. We can have very broad text, we can have very detailed segmented text. One of the challenges is how to indeed do segmentation of the text. So from a technical point of view, one of the challenges the algorithm needs to solve in order to work is how to split the text in a way that it enables the identification of correct learning outcomes, and then the matching is therefore qualitative. And also there are some issues related to ambiguity and compatibility of concepts that the algorithm needs to address. And that's it from my side. I leave the floor to Jan for the technical details.
Thank you, Francesco. So in the next few slides, we will go through some of the statistical outcome and also conclusions of our pilot. And for instance, this slide visualizes the number of qualifications that we used in this pilot. So you can see here for these 15 different participants, the number of qualifications that were uploaded in the system. So for instance, for these 15 participants, we had over 360 qualifications in the system. Then the next column visualizes the amount of those qualifications for which actual mappings were done. So you can see that it varies quite a lot depending on the participant, but overall, for 241 of these 367 qualifications, we had mappings. That by itself doesn't show the full picture, because okay, if you map a whole qualification versus a few learning outcomes, is giving, I would say, biased numbers. So in the last column, you can see the percentage of all these qualifications. So if you look at it as a piece of text, what percentage was actually mapped by the participants. So on average, we saw that 44% of these qualifications were mapped in this pilot. And the next one, please, Francesco. So in terms of languages, so here you can see a breakdown of the number of languages of these qualifications that we had in the system. So you can see that there are 9 different languages, and on the right, in the second column, you can see the number of mapped learning outcomes for each language. So the majority of our data was English or Dutch. Was quite a lot of Slovenian ones, and if you go to the bottom, we only had like 4 mapped learning outcomes for Romanian. So this was quite important because obviously to build these kind of algorithms you need some data. So obviously if you want to build algorithms using the data, you need more data, but from the evaluation point of view, okay, it's also essential to have, I would say, a vast amount of data to evaluate the different algorithms, because this is quite a challenging task, as Francesco also mentioned. So ideally this should work in all the European languages. And there is not really a fixed structure of these qualifications. So the more data we can collect with correctly mapped learning outcomes, the better to improve the system over time. So also one of the messages was that that some of the participants were actually mapping in English. So one of the messages was also that it's better if they can do it in their native languages rather than doing it in English, because usually in English you already have quite some data. The next one, please, Francesco. So this is a summary of the number of mappings that were obtained in the pilot. So that means that how many mapped ESCO skills were obtained for each of the participants. So you can see here that in total we had 12,000 ESCO skills linked to these qualifications. So to give you an idea, the actual number of learning outcomes was around 3,500. So that means that participants were actually mapping several ESCO skills or linking several ESCO skills to a single learning outcome. And that is what this table is visualizing. So you can see here that in the column with the medians, you can actually see how many learning outcomes or how many mappings were produced per learning outcome. So this number tells us that on average, around 3 different ESCO skills were linked to a single learning outcome. We also saw some quite some outliers. So for instance, in Flanders, I did the first draw, we saw some learning outcomes which were linked to 26 different skills. So one of the goals of the pilot was also to do this kind of linking in the most detailed way, in the sense that these ESCO skills should not be just linked to the qualification as such, but to the actual learning outcomes. So indicating in the text of the qualification where it actually matches the learning outcome for that skill. So this was not always ideal, but we understood that there were some good reasons why this was happening. Obviously, the formulation of the learning outcomes matters a lot. Sometimes it's just very hard to split it up in these isolated learning outcomes. So that was one factor. Another factor was that the splitting itself is not really a trivial problem. So that's why we also try to improve the splitting of a learning outcome in meaningful pieces. And another reason was that there were some I would say some problems with the UI, in a sense that it was not super user-friendly in terms of linking versus actual identification of the sentence split. So people actually had to scroll up and down quite a lot, which might have resulted into people not splitting like we hoped that they would split, and they were just left large pieces of text unsplit and were linking them as a whole instead of the actual learning outcomes. So that was a reason for us to also improve the splitter, because the better we can understand the structure of these qualifications, the better we can split them in pieces, the better the linking can also work, and for us to understand why people link and to what. Next one, please. So just some numbers on performance of this recommendation engine. So on the left, the API search column, you can see one type of recommendation algorithm. That's basically the ESCO search API that is also available on our portal. So what these numbers tell us, for instance, is that on average, if you would use that algorithm, people would select the top suggestion by the algorithm 17% of the time. Around 53% of the time, they selected something from the top 20 of the suggestions. So that was as a benchmark, but the actual algorithm that people were supposed to test was the second column, so the machine learning suggestions. So there, for instance, on average, 30% of the time, people selected the top suggestion. Around 50% of the time, something from the top 3, and in 2 out of 3 cases, something from the top 10. So these are some hard numbers that tell us actually how good that this was working, and this gives us a clear target on what we should improve on. And to improve, one of the messages was that the more data we can have to evaluate these algorithms, the better. And obviously, it's a major challenge to link in all these many languages. So the more non-English data linked to skills we can gather, the better to actually improve the algorithm. Next one, please, Francesco. So yeah, just to summarize, what are the results? So yeah, linking learning outcomes to skills is best done in the native language for the reasons that we explained. So this tool was offered as a tool to I would say assist the user in linking. So it's not supposed to be something completely automated. So this that's also how the tool was designed with that purpose in mind. And we know that the improvements on the AI algorithm will also reduce in time and resources needed to actually perform this task. Other challenges that we face was the level of granularity in ESCO, and also depends on the sector. So yeah, that also means that you can have different level of performance. So we also noticed quite different performances between the participants, and yeah, this was mainly caused also by the languages. So yeah, it worked better, for instance, in I would say in Dutch and in English than, for instance, in Polish, as one could expect. So another lesson was that the structure of the learning outcomes is a key factor. So yeah, I'll give some further examples later, but yeah, there is not really a restriction on how these learning outcomes look like. So yeah, basically the algorithm needs to be pretty robust to basically be able to handle anything. The next one, Francesco. So what we also learned was that, yeah, the ESCO skills hierarchy supports this exercise to find relevant skills, so people can actually use that hierarchy to drill down to the skills that they are looking for. And yeah, it's also possible to link to higher levels of the hierarchy, so not just to the lowest levels. So sometimes, depending on the types of qualifications or like for instance, if it's from higher education, it could be useful to actually link to higher levels in the hierarchy than to the most detailed granular level. Yeah, like I mentioned, so on average, 1 to 3 ESCO skills or knowledge concepts were linked to a single learning outcome, which is somehow also what we would expect. And yeah, the performance of the AI algorithm, yeah, it showed, I would say, promising results, but yeah, to further improve it, we also need more data. So this is a pretty challenging task. It has to work in all these languages. The structure of these qualifications is, I would say, like not strictly defined. So these were like the main challenges to improve the algorithms further. The next slide, Francesco. So then, yeah, the third phase of the pilot was recently announced. So yeah, why are we doing this? So yeah, no surprise, to further improve the algorithms, so to collect more data, to improve these algorithms, but also importantly to further test the improvements that we're currently doing in ESCO version 1.1. And it also allows us then to test the new revised transversal skill structure that will be available. And then also, yeah, it will also teach us some valuable lessons to further improve the IT tool, because we want to offer this as a standalone service that people can just use on our websites, and it's free to use for everyone. Next one, Francesco. So in the last few slides, I want to just show you some of the challenges and the things that we're doing to improve on and deal with these issues. So, for instance, this was a qualification from Flanders. So you can see here at the top the description of this qualification. So it's like just one dump of learning outcomes. In this case, they're numbered, but yeah, depending on the participants, yeah, there doesn't need to be any numbering. It can just be without a summed list, for instance, or it can be a bullet list, can be anything. It can be without any ordering. So yeah, one of the first challenges that our users had to face was actually to split this. So there was a basic splitter implemented, But yeah, given that there is a large variability in how it can look, there was still some corrections that users had to make. So that was definitely a challenge. So we tried to improve the splitter here. So Francesco, if you can show the next one. So what we did was building a machine learning model to better split these qualifications. So here you can see what the algorithm was actually producing in terms of splits for this particular qualification you saw on the previous slide. So it was pretty interesting from a machine learning point of view that we built this splitter, and we didn't actually use Dutch data to build a splitter because at that point that was not available. But this was basically a multilingual model, so we could actually see that it was also working for languages for which it was not developed. So in this case, at the bottom, you can see that was actually correctly splitting all these learning outcomes, while that splitter actually never saw a single word of Dutch. So that was an interesting experiment. And so this splitter is now going to be used for the next phase of the pilot. Next one, Francesco. So this is another example to show you what these kind of data looked like. So this is a French qualification, and it was just one string of text without a single punctuation character in. So yeah, obviously, if an algorithm, a recommendation algorithm needs to work with these kind of data, that is a pretty challenging task. So here you can see that, okay, we tried now this particular qualification using the new splitter, and you could see here that it's actually producing splits, yeah, basically, even if there's not a single, I would say, obvious clue that where a sentence starts or ends. So yeah, gradually we're trying to improve these systems. So this is what we will be offering in the third phase. And the next slide, Francesco. And yeah, this is one of I think the last slide on the algorithmic side of things. So what we're actually doing is building semantic models that can compare text. So it means that, yeah, on the one hand, we take the learning outcome into account, and we are comparing that in a semantic way with the ESCO skill. So at the moment, I mean, for the next, the upcoming phase of the pilot, we will be working with 3 different models, 2 English ones, and then a multilingual model. So yeah, the first one is a word-to-vec model. So that means that one works in English. So it means that we're relying on the Commission's translation software to translate it to English and then use this kind of model. There was so I would say that this model is more or less word-based. The second model is it's more like sentence-based semantic embedding mapping. It's a semantic embedding mapping model that we implemented. So also that one is English, but it can take more, I would say, the context into account when doing suggestions. And the last one is really a multilingual model, because we know that yeah, that it's better if you can treat the input in the native language without going through a translation phase, but also more challenging, I would say. And then the table at the bottom, that's basically to visualize a bit the process that we were following. So now that we collected some data from the second phase of the pilot, we were actually able to compute statistics like the ones I showed before on the current version of these algorithms, and then we could use that data to test whether our improvements in the backend, in the suggestion engine, were actually resulting into a significant change in performance compared to what we had before. So we will, in the next phase of the pilot, we will be combining these algorithms in order to come up with the final suggestions. And based on the numbers and the data that were collected in the second phase of the pilot, we can expect it to work better. Next one, Francesco.
Yeah, this is the timeline indeed of the project. So you can see where we are right now. We will conclude collection of expression of interest in December, and then the project will go run between January and May. And as you saw from the presentation of Jan, there's a lot of work to do to actually achieve the goal of using labor market terminology to describe qualifications. The technology is definitely helping, but there's the need to collect data to refine the algorithm, to improve accuracy, and therefore it is very very relevant that we are actually starting the third phase of the pilot, because this is going to help us a lot. If you're interested, of course, to join and to participate in this exercise, to try to tag qualifications with ESCO and with labor market terminology, please let us know, because we are interested in getting as many organizations as possible on board for the next phase. This is it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco and Jan, for this presentation. And I think it's really important, and the offer you have made in the end, extending the possibility of participating to some of the countries participating here today, and we already see somebody is making a comment in the chat box. So what I have participated with the African qualifications, and the example you showed in French is not a French qualification, but a qualification from Cameroon, which was one of the examples we had in this second pilot. And so it's I'm really grateful that you came now to share all the work you have been doing based on the data collected from the second pilot, and that you also mentioned something quite important about the new revised transversal skills structure in ESCO that that is still in development as far as I know, although very advanced. So this will also be part of the next pilot, as I understood, the transversal skills. And yeah, I think maybe some of the countries participating in this webinar today might be interested. And if yes, please, colleagues, do write in the chat box and do express your interest in the chat box. So ETF, we have already expressed interest, and thanks for contacting us. Yeah, it's really very interesting to continue keeping the communication with your team, with the project, on the improvements on algorithms to suggest skills in linking the learning outcomes to ESCO, and so what will be then the let's say the outcome and the improvement in terms of the uses by the different organizations and countries. So if any participant would like to express any question or additional or comment, please. There is a question, yes, from Egine and from Kamal. There are two questions. Maybe you want to address them, Francesco.
Indeed. First of all, yeah, take the opportunity to indeed inform that we are going to release soon a new version of ESCO. And indeed, so this current ESCO system dates 2017. So we're going to now release the updated version of ESCO, and indeed one of the features that we will include in this new ESCO is a revised terminology for soft skills. So the organizations who are going to participate in the third phase of the pilot will have the opportunity to test directly how the new version of ESCO is going to work in the particular use case of linking skills and qualification, and how that can serve domain of education and training. This is interesting because we saw that in the second phase, we saw that for qualifications that are more general, sometimes transversal skills are very demanding. And that I think will help a lot in matching. There's a question, and I will share now the contact details for the eventually more information on the project. And if you want to apply, we haven't published yet, I think, the code on the website. It was just shared with the member states, but just send me an email and we work that out. Question from Kamal about skills needs for the labor market. So the ESCO taxonomy is a taxonomy that indeed serves as a bridge between labor market and education, which means that we're interested in getting feedback from the education side, and this is how we can do that by looking at the learning outcomes, matching with the ESCO skills, realize that some learning outcomes are not matchable because simply the terms are not there. On the other hand, we do extensive maintenance based on labor market data. That would be actually the core business of maintenance of ESCO. So we look at vacancies, we analyze vacancies to identify new skills. We work with experts to identify new competencies, new occupations. We look at national taxonomies, national classifications. There's a whole exercise of mapping taxonomies from the member states to us to get insights from the labor market. So I will say that definitely labor market is the key driver for the update of the ESCO taxonomy, but education, and this is why we do this exercise, is also as important as that.
Thanks a lot again, Francesco and Jan. And we stay in touch in any case for the third pilot, I hope. So let me then now announce that we have, of course, our break, and we are a bit over time. The presentations have been also longer. We had an additional presentation in the beginning. So you have now the possibility to nonetheless use your coffee break time to listen to our colleague Henrik Sergoyan, who would like to share very, very briefly the example of Edu for Work Armenia, so the platform. So he's going to do this during the coffee break because there is no other possibility in our agenda. So I want to also, of course, tell Vera and the interpreters that you are free naturally to stop the interpretation during the coffee break, because we perfectly know that interpreters need the rest, the 15 minutes rest. So the floor is yours, and thank you very much for proposing to share this experience.
Thank you very much, Eduarda. Yeah, thank you very much. We have already participated in the labor market conference in Milan, and during that time we have learned a lot from our speakers, especially Alessandro, who was the main speaker at that time. And we have managed during this time to build a platform, which I'm going to share with you now in a very brief way. I will be happy to talk about this platform also later in our conferences, if there is an opportunity. And yeah, so I'm going to share my screen and visit the platform. So the project aims, our project is called Education to Work. Now it's in Armenian, I will change to English. The project is designed to bridge the gap between the labor market and the education system in Armenia. Our lab is called SDG Innovation Lab, who implemented this project, and we are a joint organization of the government of Armenia and United Nations. So the key stakeholder of the project is the Ministry of Science and Education of Armenia, and now this platform is currently under the use by this ministry, and they are making some interesting insights about the labor market demand from our platform. So I will very briefly go through the platform. To make it short, to say it in a very brief way, to talk about our platform, I will say that this is all of the findings and the results which Alessandro talked during these 2 days are present in our platform. By the way, we have managed to have a joint cooperation with Burning Glass Technologies while building this platform, because for one of our main challenges was the job title standardization. And at that time, Burning Glass technologists shared their expertise and helped us to make this model happen, to build this model for Armenian labor market. So this is the situation in labor market in Armenia. We see that there are already more than 70,000 announcements here, and more than 3,000 of them are still active. We can see that most demanded experience level in these announcements. We can see the top 5 employees. Here I'm sliding down, and top 5 employers of the labor market. We see Pixart, maybe you can be familiar with it. This is an Armenian-based startup. Now it's a unicorn, and yeah, one of the demanded applications in App Store. So we see that the most demanded professions, and by the way, these professions are based on ESCO level standard, as Francesco has already told you. They are going to make some changes in ESCO, and we will be very happy to stay updated about this and update our mappings as well. So to be in a state-of-the-art level. We can see we can just select here the profession which we are mostly interested in, let's say software developers, and see the trend of software developers in the labor market of Armenia, how this changes. We can see top professional and soft skills available in this for this profession, as obviously English language is the first requirement to be a software engineer in Armenia, since we are working in a worldwide way, like with many people, so English is very important. Besides that, we can see that JavaScript is the second one, and we are coming to like other skills like API development. We can see we can just like click view more and see other requirements as well. So this can be useful for a student, for a stakeholder, like Ministry of Science, to understand for each profession the required skills to make appropriate changes in the study curriculum. Or as a student myself, for example, I know that JavaScript is demanded, and I can learn JavaScript and start to find a job in Armenian labor market. Here we can see that how the skills is changing over the time. We can just here again select a skill, for example, Python, let's say, one of the most demanded skills currently in Armenia and in the world, maybe. So this is the trend again of Python developers, Python skills in the labor market. Next, we can just click and try to understand the industry demand in online job vacancies. We can see in each industry what kind of professions are predominant, like software developers, of course, are predominant in IT, information technologies industry, but we can just select other interests like finance, for example, and see how the professions are balanced and are spread out for the finance industry, like credit and loans officers, accountant, and etc. And we have also a part of forecasting part, when we are just forecasting the future 3 months of our labor market. We know that there is also jobs which are like increasing, are about to have an increase in demand. We have jobs that are declining their demand, like interior design, and we saw a lot of accountants there as well during our research. And one of the most interesting parts of our platform is that when you are as a student, you are clicking your place in the labor market. You are selecting the skills which you currently have. Like, for example, I will start as a student. In the university, I have learned Python. I learned English language. I will try to, yeah. Here we go, English, and on the right side of the panel, I can see the professions which I can apply, like financial. I can be as a Pythoneer, let's say like this. We can have a financial analyst. We can be a financial analyst. We can be a software developer. For example, when I'm clicking here SQL as a database management tool, this is a database management tool. We can see that later in our findings, the frequency of job announcements are decreasing. We can just also filter by degree, required degree, like bachelor's, master's, or even doctoral degree, to understand what kind of professions are looking for professionals with PhD. We can also specify the experience level, and here we can see that we are ended up in 4 announcements which are listed in our website, in online job vacancy website. And by the way, there are 10 websites in Armenia which are now posting online job vacancies, and we are analyzing the information from all of these 10 websites. So this was all about our platform. I will be happy to answer your questions if you have so, but and I will also be happy that during the next conferences we can have an organized and way of presenting our platform and our insights of this process, because this process also is very important. The way we know, because of very good advice from our friends from Italy, Alessandro, but we also need to understand how this process is taking when you're starting implementing, because there are a lot of questions and challenges you are facing during the implementation part. Yeah. So this was all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation and for showing this platform that looks very interactive and really user-oriented and student-oriented, for example. Thank you. I don't know if participants have questions, any remarks, any suggestions. In any case, I am impressed by the work done and by the functions and possibilities that you have been able to put together in this platform. Thank you so much. So now we are a bit late indeed, and I would like nonetheless to offer participants 5 minutes small break before passing the floor to Volodymyr Kovtunets. Is that okay? Or if you like, just 2-3 minutes, so you can take a coffee or a glass of water, because we have been sitting already several hours. So let us start at 12:20. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. So we have 3 minutes break just to grab a glass of water or something like this. Thank you. So, colleagues, I think the 3 minutes have elapsed. And again, thank you very much for your patience. And without further ado, I then pass the floor to our colleague, Volodymyr Kovtunets, from National Qualifications Agency of Ukraine. Volodymyr, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Eduarda, thank you very much. Let me show my presentation, my screen share. First of all, I would like to express gratitude to our speaker, Alexandra Mauro, who discovered all internal tools for system development, and in such a way they presented good evidences of data reliability. We tried to use LMI's data for Ukraine in this period from April 2020 to May 2021, pursuing 2 goals. First of all, to get some external evidences of reliability of this data. And the second goal was, if the first goal will be achieved, then to show our stakeholders how this data may be used in their interests. So we conducted two research. First of all, we investigated regional labor market of Odessa region, Odessa Oblast, and presented it for employers, for educational institution, and local government in Odessa in June this year. What we presented only data taken from the dashboard. We never did not use database to show that even this consolidated data may be useful for making some decisions. First of all, we have shown some very interesting features of Odessa region, the needs of labor market in education and needs of labor market of employers in working experience of probable employees. And it is interesting, I will mention this fact later, that more than 42% of advertisers needs experience from 2 to 4 years, while no experience and over 10 years are simply the same, only 3%. This corresponds to the needs of flexibility and of adaptability of workers. We compared labor market of Odessa region and Ukraine at national level with some indicators, and to get backward to understand that this difference reflects the peculiarities of Odessa regional labor market. It is true. It really corresponds to actual situation at labor market of Odessa region. We also studied seasonal changes because Odessa region, main of economic branches in Odessa region is leisure industry and seafarer. And of course, the labor market need depends on the season. So we compared June and December, June 2021 and December 2020. And again, this data confirm that data is in general rather reliable. So main findings in Odessa. It was confirmed seasonal character of labor market, very high needs for tertiary education at the bachelor level and primary education. And we mentioned the absence of sale vacancies. That was strange because really in Odessa, Odessa is sea gate of Ukraine right now, and sailors is very popular qualification in Odessa. We try to understand why the system didn't find these vacancies, because there is a lot of vacancies for sailors in Odessa. And we found two reasons, two explanations. First is that crewing company are in some sense closed, and maybe our tools did not get information from their sites. The second one is that we have a difference between Ukrainian classifier of occupation and ISCO. Unfortunately, still now Ukrainian classifier of occupation is based on ISCO 8.8. And only now with support of ILO, we are going to develop a modern classifier based on ISCO 8. And really, we mentioned that this difference creates problems for analyzing labor market using LMI's data, because LMI's data make find taxonomy according to ESCO, based on ISCO. So really this problem, and Ukraine have to cover this gap as soon as possible. So the next, the main outcomes important for our stakeholders, for employers and for educational institutions as well, was that they could better understand mutual cooperation, mutual demands. We understood better regional peculiarities of a labor market. And thanks to participation of local governments, they could understand that labor education policy at regional level should be more adapted to labor market. I hope that mainly political, but this outcomes was very important to region. To continue our research, we understood that it is difficult to investigate all professional activities, all branches of industry, but for Ukraine, it's very important to understand some trends in education. Starting from 2014, Ukraine conducted radical reform of educational system. New laws were passed, and educational institutions get more academic freedoms. And that was important to understand how our educational systems respond to labor market demands. So we decided to study educational needs for labor market. This research was conducted by my friends Sergei Melnik, my colleagues Sergei Londar, and thanks to others for supporting us. We are going to continue this work, but very interesting outcomes. From all advertisements of vacancies, more than 20% needs only primary education. Almost for 56% bachelor level, tertiary education. And master level tertiary education, 8.5%. For the first view, it is strange in some sense, because very small need for secondary education at all. Low secondary, high secondary, vocational, non-tertiary education, very low, very low. And this observation discovers the problem of our secondary education. While primary education is good, and it is approved at a different level of international investigation, we have to recognize that quality of secondary education from labor market, from employees' point of view, is not sufficient. If to consolidate data, we see that almost 45% of all vacancies demands tertiary education, 20 primary education, and 15% secondary education. We try to understand this index 20% and compare it with technological level of Ukrainian economy. There were conducted such research in Ukraine, and really this data correspond, because almost 20% of our economy correspond to lowest level of technological level. So this corresponds to the simplest, to demands for simplest professions, simplest qualifications and occupations. Then we studied need in different group of learning outcomes. And what very interesting, it seems for me to be very good, that demands in science and technologies is more than 40%, industry 20%, and this contradicts some trends in the Ukrainian education, including especially higher education, because our higher education is focused mainly on humanitarian, and we have a problem with engineers, with specialists in science, in mathematics, and even in IT specialists, because the needs are much higher than our university train good software developers. This is good. This means that labor market has a chance to push our education system to be more close to those fields of education which have to secure technological development of our country. Skills. As the first place, in general, for all vacancies, including primary and with tertiary education, languages first, then basic computer skills, team working, administrative quality, etc., etc. So, and I would like to mention that these skills mainly should be achieved at the secondary education level. Secondary education level, it against disclose problems of secondary education. Personal qualities, very important. Most needed is adaptivity and flexibility, 78%. And I would like to remind you that 42% demands only 2 to 4 years of experience. So labor market is rather flexible, and flexibility and ability is the main demand of employers. Employers don't need long experience. They need ability to train, to be flexible, to train in new skills and new occupation. Then it's possibility, leadership, etc., creativity, innovation, etc. So this also is good news for Ukraine, because labor market will push educational system to more attention for these personal qualities. According to Ukrainian law, these personal qualities also are considered as a learning outcome in general sense. Therefore, we can to make some conclusion for our policy makers in education system. First of all, our policy makers have to pay more attention for secondary education. Mostly, these learning outcomes demanded by employers should be achieved at level of secondary education. The very high level of bachelor level demands only reflects the situation when higher education has to cover gaps from secondary education. So high demands for tertiary education is not natural for Ukrainian economy, but employers demand higher education, understanding that the secondary education is not sufficient for good workers. And politically sensitive conclusion, difference between bachelor and master degrees. According to Ukrainian law, public fundings for higher education has to ensure 20% seats for master education program, 20% from bachelor graduates. It's too much. We have to reduce it at least twice, and to secure a level usually for Western European countries, when only 25–30% of bachelor graduates take master study program. It really should change Ukrainian educational policy, especially in funding, and to spend our public money more effectively. Now it seems that we really waste money. And also interesting in remarks that labor market is highly interested in good education qualification, not only professional. And educational system, parallel with professional qualification, should first of all ensure good educational qualifications. It's important, we understand, for very dynamic labor markets, and to secure lifelong learning abilities for our citizens. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for possibility to present it, and to the possibility to continue our research in this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Volodymyr. I would like really to express my personal gratitude to you. You have been the only country so far who have made such a very clear, pragmatic, forward-looking exploitation of the data and the results available in the dashboard of your country. And I would say this is also a breakthrough. This is also an important signal. I hope the other countries will follow, and maybe we can create something together on how to really exploit this data. And in the future, let us see if we can also give access to the databases so that you can do much more research on your own with your various also research institutions and so. You have made such very, very interesting points on a number of issues, and I just, without taking too much time, would like to mention one important one, regional peculiarities of the labor market. So you are exploiting this aspect, the regional, and you took the region of Odessa, a dynamic one, and with the stakeholders you engaged, and it is also something new in this conversation we are having. So not only the wide, the global, the national, but this regional aspect. And in many countries, the regional labor markets and the regional responses in terms of education are really important. Thanks very much for having pulled this new angle into the conversation. You said something quite interesting. I took note. You said the labor market is pushing, is creating is changing, is pushing the education system, and is forcing the education system to look into those fields of education that are now a little bit, let's say, not matching really the demand. So that's it was an interesting perspective that the labor market is pushing, is exercising this pressure, let's say, on education and training system as a whole. And then you analyzed so well and showed so in a very simple manner and clear the dynamics of the knowledge, skills, personal qualities that are available in the dashboard. And you made all these relations also about the role of secondary education in building the personal qualities, so on. And you very well also emphasized the aspect of flexibility and adaptability that is so fundamental for employers, for the labor market in general. And what does this mean then for education and training as a whole? So it was I'm really so grateful to you for having done this exercise of exploring existing data for the purposes of your own country analysis and further policy making and policy recommendations. So thanks a lot, Vladimir, for this.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Really, I'm very pleased for this. So colleagues, now I don't know if anyone has any questions or any comments to Vladimir Kovtunets about the presentation on Ukraine. So if not, then let us immediately quickly move to the next final session of our webinar. And it is then the general consolidation, recommendations and discussions in two breakout groups. So now we will have our colleagues, Vera from Secoforma, transporting us into the breakout groups. So there will be two facilitators, so one in each breakout group. I will be dealing with the group, Russian-speaking group, and Alessandro will be facilitating in the English-speaking group. And let me just explain very briefly. We have a maximum of 30 minutes to complete this exercise. It is not at all a complicated thing. We will simply give you, when you are in the breakout groups, all of you, we will give you a link to access an app platform where we will find a mural, and we will be there to speak and say how it works. And we simply want to have your views, your comments, your ideas written in those sticky notes on that mural. And then we come back to the plenary and we present the most important conclusions, let's say proposals out of each of the breakout groups. So each breakout group has different questions so that in the end we can also complement and put together the responses on the different questions, and we cover a wider range of issues. So I think, Vera, we are all ready to fly if you want.
I will start. So it takes around 30 seconds. You will receive a message, you will need to accept it, and then I will add additional people who were not allocated in advance. It will take up to 30 seconds. So just wait for everybody to join one another.
Okay. So now we'd all join the breakout groups. You just click join.
Андрей, вы меня слышите? Сейчас я включу. Алло. Окей. Итак, просто на всякий случай я вас здесь оставила, я вас никуда не переключаю. Вот. И я буду бегать из одной комнаты в другую, поэтому подключаю звук. Спасибо.
Okay. So we are in наша группа, это группа вторая, товарищи. значит, русскоязычная, скажем, группа, если так можно сказать. И у нас там есть первый вопрос такой. Цифровизация, artificial intelligence, искусственная интеллигенция, экологизация, COVID-19 и другие движущие силы меняют работу, обучение, общество и, наверное, также вот навыки. Вот какие важные новые вопросы необходимо задать и исследовать для улучшения политики и развития навыков. Значит так, у вас есть возможность сейчас, товарищи в русскоязычной группе, записать свои идеи вот в этих желтые карточки. Я не знаю, вы видите все это? Я могу сейчас поделить скрин, чтобы не все видели. Вы видите, да, вот такой мурал, где вы можете записать все свои... Где вы можете записать, пожалуйста, свои предложения. Сейчас, если можно, давайте 10 минут просто подумайте, может быть, даже можем поговорить, обсудить вот над этим вопросом. Вот в рамках такой большой трансформации общества и работы, и технологий, какие важные вопросы надо поглубже изучать, обследовать? Какие новые, может быть, вопросы для улучшения политики? Если есть какие-то проблемы, вы можете, конечно, мне сказать, если там что-то не так вот с технологией вот этого мурала. Мы находимся, да, в BO2, значит, Breaking Group 2, Breaking Group 2, Breakout Group 2. Вы просто должны кликнуть, да, вот нажимать в любой карточке и писать свои идеи, что именно вам кажется необходимо и, может быть, нехорошо обследовано, нехорошо изучено, вот, чтобы политика, развитие навыков в целом лучше ответила вот требованиям такого большого изменения всего в мире. Слушаю. Кто-то пишет, говорит по телефону. Да. Мгм. Что именно на ваш взгляд, что именно на ваш взгляд является очень важным, когда все страны должны бороться со столькими изменениями, трансформацией? Что это значит для, например, для обследования, для изучения, исследования на рынке труда? Мгм. Окей. Мгм. 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 Окей, окей. Если можно, я думаю, что у нас уже очень много хороших предложений по первому вопросу. Я просто хочу записать все идеи. По первому вопросу у нас много предложений. Может быть, давайте посмотрим также другие вопросы. И так как у нас время, конечно, сокращено немного, вы можете выбирать просто из этих 3 других вопросов, где вы хотите предложить какие-нибудь предложения, пожалуйста. Просто выберите любой из этих других вопросов. Там есть голубые, там есть желтые и оранжевые такие карточки. И это вопросы такие. Вот первый. Каким образом новое мышление и методы в области данных и анализа могут способствовать этим мерам вот, по изучению вот этих новых тенденций, да, этим мерам реагирования на страновом уровне и на международном уровне. То есть каким образом вы можете использовать вот новые методы анализа данных на рынке труда. Потом, если у вас есть тоже, хотите поделиться здесь, вот на этом пространстве, некоторые из ваших интересных тоже вот проектов или новые какие-то сдвиги, прогресс, который у вас был в последние годы, пожалуйста, позже можете также писать там, где желтые карточки. И, конечно, вот последний, оранжевый, такой вопрос. Какие важные проблемы могут быть при внедрении новых систем данных и анализа для изучения тенденций на рынке труда в ваших странах? Что именно, на ваш взгляд, нужно сделать, чтобы подготовиться к этим новым методам и технологиям анализа? И что именно надо делать? Вот оранжевый вопрос может быть тот такой очень прагматичный, и вы можете там записать свои как раз предложения. А что именно надо делать, чтобы преодолеть эти проблемы, которые вы уже указали раньше? Например, вот есть проблема, например, скачать данных, не все сайты открыты к сотрудничеству. И, конечно, эти методы тоже требуют ну, особые навыки, технологии. И спасибо. Через 10 минут мы уже заканчиваем вот это небольшое пространство и вернемся к общий зал. Если у вас очень много предложений, вы можете использовать разные карточки, чтобы было видно. Okay, very good. Мгм. Хочу просто сказать спасибо. У вас очень много хорошие, отличные предложения уже записано по всем вопросам. Очень большое спасибо. И хочу просто сказать, что через 2 минуты мы вернемся в общий зал. Так что если... Okay. У нас 1 минута осталась. Значит, сейчас мы все вернемся в общий зал, и там у нас будет 5 минут более-менее, чтобы представить основные идеи, которые у нас тут есть, очень много. Я не знаю, может быть, кто-то из вас хочет представить? Может быть, Алена или Владимир? Или я могу представить частично, или вы. Было бы хорошо, если, может быть, Владимир, Алена, хотите поделиться этой заданием, поделиться этим заданием? Хорошо?
Буквально несколько слов, если позволите.
Ага. Но это потом, мы вернемся сейчас в общий зал, но давайте, пока мы здесь, Окей, хорошо. Скоро
я могу закрывать, Эдуарда?
Да, пожалуйста, Вера, пожалуйста. Спасибо. Спасибо. Thank you very much, everybody, for your contribution to this brief exercise. But well, we had to reduce a little bit, but nonetheless, I think we had many very interesting contributions, ideas for all the questions. And so now we have this opportunity. Vera, I just wanted to check, is everybody back from the meeting, from the breakout groups?
Yes, everybody's back.
Okay, so now we have very short period just to conclude our training program, and we have now, let's say, 10 minutes, 15 minutes to conclude everything. And I would like then to first ask Alessandro and his group to share the most important takeaways from your discussion. You had 2 questions. You had a group of more, let's say, English speaking participants. And I think that our Sylvia is going to share the screen with the results of this breakout group. And just make some comments, Alessandro, about the most important points that came up.
Yes, of course. Talking about the first point, so the value added of innovation. So our conclusion after these 3 days of training program is that we have found a new source of information, new source of energy. We told about green energy. We have a new energy. We have something like solar power. In this case, the power is the power of labor market intelligence and on web data. As solar power, we need to know how to deal with it. It's not the panacea, the solution to all our needs, but complementary to other more traditional source of energy can provide us a lot of innovation and a lot of energy. So I guess that this is maybe the main conclusion. So we are in front of a new source of insights, a new source of information, something really, really powerful. And talking about the second question, so the added value, and if we see similar or complementary solution in our country, the added value again is the possibility to have new insights. So it's something related to the fact that we've found a new source of information. And regarding the similar and complementary solution, of course, we've discussed about the Armenia solution, really interesting and really powerful. And we have discussed about the possibility to introduce similar initiative even in the specific countries that were present in our working group. So how it could be possible, where is the interest. And one interesting question was about the selection, how a country can be eligible of this kind of project. We briefly discussed it. I explained that at least from a technical and context point of view, some relevant points are, of course, a country that already had a minimum of culture of web labor market, quindi a minimum number of portals to be accessed. So this one, and the availability is possible of some official statistics about labor market to be used as a benchmark and as a complementary information to be compared with what we're producing with our system. Now I'm seeing that Vladimir Saryogo has his cam opened, so it's coming back to my mind that in that case we found in Ukraine a country with a good amount of job portals that could even give us some overlapping, so some redundancy, and we found even some statistical context that was really helpful for us to contextualize our analysis and even to understand what's the state of the art of adoption of web portals within the labor market. So those are some context topics really, really relevant while evaluating if start a similar initiative in a country. Maybe you're muted, sorry, Eduarda.
So
No,
for your summary, oh, am I not?
You were, no, now you're unmuted. Sorry, yeah, that's my summary.
Yeah, thank you so much for the summary. And as always, I just wanted to ask if participants of this breakout group want to add anything, emphasize anything additional. Please, you can take the floor. Maybe Kamal, I wanted really to ask you, what do you think about cooperation in the future? Since you are from Egypt, Egypt has been a country that we have been, let's say, preparing in terms of the landscaping. And Egypt has a good outlook in terms of a web labor market for this kind of analysis. If you want to just to express your mind about this, Kamal. Okay, so let us then move to the second breakout group. So I will very briefly just recall the questions, and then our colleagues Vladimir Kovtunets and Alena Vankevich will do a summary. So we had several questions, and you will see there are many contributions both in English and in Russian languages. So the first question is, well, digitalization, artificial intelligence, greening, COVID-19 and other drivers are changing jobs, learning, societies. So which are those important new questions that need to be asked and researched for better policies and skills development in this context of change? Everything seems to be really in transformation and in combined, actually, transformations. Maybe, I don't know, who would like to summarize? Vladimir or Alena?
Очень кратко, не только по этому вопросу.
Может быть, я начну, Владимир продолжит.
Хорошо, пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое. Очень активный такой интенсивный тренинг получился. Спасибо большое и Эдуарде, и всем спикерам. Я вот переполнена эмоциями и новыми знаниями, как обычно, после всех наших встреч. Спасибо. И что бы я хотела отметить, что, конечно, цифровизация – это главный тренд для рынка труда. И вот очень позитивный и перспективный опыт мне видится, особенно для Республики Беларусь, это объединение данных официальной статистики с данными онлайн-порталов вакансий. Опыт создания лаборатории веб-анализа рынка труда и смарт-статистики, вот это то, что нам действительно очень надо, и огромное спасибо за вот такую информацию и вот эту новую открытую дверь. Но тут же я хочу сказать, что нас поджидает несколько таких опасностей, что ли, или проблем, потому что мы уже немножко опробировали собственный опыт скрейпинга данных онлайн-порталов, их анализа, и получилось, во-первых, что несопоставимость данных является важным препятствием, и надо было бы заключать меморандумы о сотрудничестве с негосударственными порталами и использование единых классификаторов, но это пока не получается. А обучить искусственный интеллект классификации разрозненной информации, тут возрастает роль экспертов, которые бы научили этот искусственный интеллект распознавать нужные символы, удалять повторяющиеся вакансии, стоп-слова, проводить там токенизацию и прочие вещи. То есть вот это огромная экспертная работа в условиях большого массива разрозненной информации, очень сложно вот это сделать. И также актуальным вопросом является вопрос о защите персональной информации. Например, если мы хотим проанализировать резюме и навыки из сетей, социальных сетей. И этические правила обучения искусственного интеллекта, потому что это тоже очень важно. Потом еще такой вызов – это в условиях цифровизации не все секторы одинаково участвуют в онлайн-представлении своих вакансий, поэтому мы не можем иметь все-таки такой полной картины о рынке труда. Поэтому, конечно, вот статистика и общая лаборатория веб-анализа, вернусь к этому, это является самым таким главным трендом в Республике Беларусь. Ну и немножко скажу о том, что у нас вот в течение последнего времени, благодаря во многом и усилиям министерств, и работе проекта технической помощи Европейского Союза, сделано много по формированию национальной информационной системы рынка труда, которая основана на опросе нанимателей. Это создан программный продукт, который вот в данное время тестируется для опроса нанимателей. Поэтому вот большое спасибо за предоставленные новые данные и новую информацию, в соответствии с которой мы можем развиваться. И хочу сказать, что опыт других стран, вот, которые показывали и Армения, и Украина, наши коллеги, он, конечно, является таким хорошим вдохновляющим примером. Спасибо.
Спасибо. I will speak now just I would like also to point, thanks a lot, Alena, for the points you have made. They are well reflected in the cards, and also they express in a way the views of your own country, and not only your country, certainly. I'd like just to say that some participants also pointed to questions of a social nature, of course, not only the technical questions of research, such as how to support people whose professions get, let's say, outdated. That's basically, so the transitions within a very quickly changing labor market. So these are questions that need to be dealt with, that require better policies and skills development policies. Also the question in service training programs that must be able to meet all these very quickly changing requirements, skills requirements, and the digital divide. So the problem of digital divide, that is of course a major problem still, and how can this be possible in a digitalizing world? This cannot continue. So that's a very important point that is also made there. I don't know if any colleague would like to add anything on this first question, please. If not, then we can move to the next. Sylvia, thank you so much. And you can leave, yes, you can leave the 3 questions like this because they are actually one. So how can this new thinking and techniques on data analysis contribute to the responses we need for the question above, yeah, at country level, but also between countries, international. So some examples that you could share of innovation in labor market intelligence in your country, and also which are the important challenges that you will face if you want to really implement these new systems of data and analysis in your countries, and what do you propose should be done concretely to prepare the ground in all senses to make it happen? We already discussed some of the challenges in the first question. So Alena listed a number of challenges already. Maybe we can simply summarize them in the last question. And I think I would then count very much on Vladimir to summarize these responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Dada. As a representative of a Russian-speaking group, I'll explain my thoughts in Russian. Но касательно Украины, на самом деле я затронул в своей презентации некоторые политические аспекты, и мне кажется, что вопросы могут стоять даже шире. У нас принята стратегия 2030, стратегия экономического развития, и когда я смотрю потребности рынка труда, что делается вот там внизу корня, я понимаю, что эту стратегию надо немножко корректировать. Есть стратегия еще развития высшего образования, и вот реальную политику надо делать на таких вот доказательных основаниях. Что в Украине нужно сейчас в первую очередь сделать, чтобы эта система работала? Не надо разработать новую систему, надо просто эту разумно использовать. Мы ее используем где-то на 2-3% всего лишь. Первый – новый классификатор профессий. Мы отстаем от Европы, от мира на 30 лет. Больше, чем на 30 лет. в этом. Потом с помощью ETF разрабатывается реестр квалификаций для Украины, и техническое задание, которое было подготовлено, и прототип разработанный, он полностью соответствует структуре ESCO. Вот мы способны сейчас сделать то, что есть в ESCO. Ну и это надо делать, нужна некоторая политическая воля, не откладывать эти вещи в долгий ящик, потому что мы можем быть среди первых. Ну, я говорил много об образовании. Мы провели реформу образования, но в это образование, профессионально-техническое образование до сих пор живет за старым законом. Это громаднейшая проблема для Украины, потому что профессионально-техническое образование очень отстает в целом от всего. И это видно по статистике. Потребность, реальная потребность в рабочих профессиях, рабочих квалификаций гораздо выше. А рынок труда смотрит очень скептично на результаты этого обучения. Это надо очень кардинально менять. Ну и в общем, с точки зрения Украины, и внедрение этой системы, интеграция в Украину, такие процессы, это не только обеспечивает мобильность рабочей силы, но и нам очень нужны серьезные трудовые гарантии тем украинцам, работают в странах ЕС. Если эта система заработает, то наши рабочие за пределами Украины будут чувствовать себя более защищенными. Спасибо.
Спасибо вам большое, Владимир. So let me just summarize, also add a few points, unless let me do it differently. Colleagues, who else would like to add, complement, or say something a bit, emphasize anything else from the discussion in complementing the summary just done by Vladimir? Maybe you would like to add something, please. Maybe even Alena, you already mentioned many. Okay, Egine, you raised your hand. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you for everything, for organizing such an exciting workshop. All we have learned a lot, but also we felt how much is missing. I mean, first of all, the technical skills to implement such a project or replicate the exercise, and consolidation of efforts like interdisciplinary, which has been emphasized a few times. It will be very important having programmers who have specific skills and also experts together, but first of all, the design is important, and this workshop gave that. What I liked very much, it is trying to match the CVs, the demand side and the supply side. It will help to identify the gaps, and if a person who wants to upskill the qualifications, then they will be, if it allows, then they will be able to see what is missing. And here is another angle of beneficiaries, which are lifelong learning training providers.
Mm-hmm.
That will be identifying where are the gaps and offering specific trainings and gathering people trying to extend their skills or passing over more knowledge, etc. So there are a few more dimensions that could be explored further. That's all at this point. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Egine. You have always been a very active contributor to any discussion, and so thank you for pointing to all these important issues. So on the technical side, the design of such models, and then the important responses that are required going forward to better match supply demand in such a quickly transforming world and labor market. And thanks for pointing to the lifelong learning training. That's really very, very fundamental. And how can these models and data help exactly that area? So lifelong learning. Any compliments to this? Maybe Ivona, would you like to add to comment? You can comment also on the entire exercise mural, all the other questions, please.
Thank you very much, Eduarda, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be at this training. An amazing experience, I need to say. Just I was wondering, because we are searching for these novelties, new data sources, and we still have difficulty in combine those different data sources, these different information sources, and then to match also the demand and the supply on the labor market. So my takeaway, I would say, for the future is to think how to better combine different and novel data sources, and also the official statistics that we have, the traditional statistics, how to better analyze the situation in well, this very much transitional context as well. So for me, that would be a very, very important point for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivona, for this. And I think we will finish in just 2 or 3 minutes, colleagues, and thanks for the patience. I wanted to say that in one of the questions of breakout group, there was an interesting proposition, which was about the need for comparison of data between countries, among countries, and maybe the elaboration or use of common tools, common platforms. And this is also something that maybe we need to take forward, to bring forward, and could be part of a future, let's say, a new line of work in this domain. So a common platform, common tools, and possibilities to compare between our countries. For example, let's take just countries of Eastern Partnership or ETF partner countries, and so on. So I think this is an important point. So the comparison, because the globality, let's say, the global dimension and characteristic of the labor market nowadays. So this easier comparison between countries could be an important also a recommendation to emphasize. Thank you so much. So now we could close. If nobody else would like to add or complement anything, I see that my friend Vladimir Sarioglu is willing to say something, and so I would like to encourage him. And of course, there is also Viorica. Viorica, I will also give you the floor for 1 minute if you like, if you don't.
Thank you. Can I speak Russian? Maybe?
Yes.
For you, Eduardo, for our colleague. Ну, действительно, семинар был очень как бы полезный, мне кажется, своевременный, главное, потому что уже есть какие-то результаты. Мы видели, как начиналось вот эти усилия ETF, уже в принципе есть какие-то результаты. И спасибо Александру, спасибо команде, спасибо Эдуарде за организацию. Я думаю, что и у нас уже есть результаты. Вот господин Ковтунец докладывал. Единственное, ну, на мой взгляд, проблема в том, что наши политики действительно пока что мало нуждаются в таких данных. Они, ну, во-первых, у них квалификации нету, скажем так, недостаточно. Во-вторых, ну, не знаю, как в других странах, в Украине политическая ситуация такая, что меняются, к сожалению, быстро политические команды, поэтому не успевают они освоить новые инструменты, и нет такого интереса. Ну, думаю, что, кстати говоря, возвращаясь к вашему предложению, Эдуарда, о сопоставлении между разными странами, хорошо было бы иметь какие-то ключевые показатели, по которым мы могли бы сравнивать. Ну, имеется в виду, например, доля информации, которая используется на основании больших данных, так при оценке там официального рынка труда. Вот такого что-то. Потом там доля статистики, скажем, ну, данных. Я знаю, что вот, например, в Беларуси есть обследование рабочей силы, в Украине есть обследование рабочей силы, в Грузии, я не знаю, должно было быть тоже. То есть, но доступность этих данных, она разная. То есть в Украине, в Беларуси, в Грузии. Вот как бы доступность данных, потому что следующий шаг – это, конечно, моделирование, микроимитационные модели вот спроса предложения, когда мы будем моделировать отдельные траектории уже по занятости, ну, траектории жизненные, скажем, наших людей и смотреть, как оно, так сказать, трансформируется в связи с роботизацией и так далее. То есть вот эти ключевые показатели для сравнения было бы хорошо, тогда можно было бы говорить, куда странам, на что больше обращать внимание, что нужно развивать, что может быть уже на хорошем уровне, может быть, в чем-то мы уже опередили европейские страны, да. Хорошо, то есть на самом деле большое спасибо, очень своевременно. Я думаю, что это не последний семинар, у нас будут еще результаты, и мы сможем уже более профессионально разговаривать и с нашими европейскими коллегами, и между собой. Спасибо.
Спасибо вам большое, Владимир, за вот очень интересные у вас как раз предложения и мысли в связи тоже с тем, что вы находитесь тоже на истоке многих из этих разговоров и проектов уже со времени форкаста, прогнозирования и так далее. Спасибо вам.
На самом деле, извините, Эдуард, еще полминуты. Мне показалось, может быть, я пропустил что-то, мне показалось, что мало внимания, ну, может быть, не на этом этапе. Вот смотрите, Data Science – это хорошо, но сколько среди слушателей людей, которые как бы, ну, знают, скажем, хорошо моделирование, знают методы там, ну, извлечения данных из неструктурированных, ну, то есть методы Data Science современные. На самом деле, мне кажется, что ну, невозможно, чтобы здесь все-таки больше, мне кажется, больше были представители именно людей, которые анализируют данные, используют данные, может быть, рынка труда, а вот это не математики, не статистики, не data scientists. Поэтому хорошо было бы уделить внимание, как организовано это в других странах. Вот я помню, в Голландии нам рассказывали, это же, в общем-то, распределенная система. То есть есть организации, у которых есть специалисты по анализу данных, по обработке данных, есть специалисты по IT, есть специалисты по рынку труда, и как-то они интегрируются. Это же не все в одной организации. Я думаю, даже у Александра не все специалисты есть, это все-таки работа как бы разных групп. А для наших стран вот это важно, потому что у нас все-таки подготовка и госорганов, и научных организаций, и IT-компаний, то есть она еще менее, так сказать, согласована, гармонизирована. Поэтому вот этому уделить внимание, как организовать, вот как эффективно организовать.
Спасибо.
Да,
спасибо, Владимир, спасибо. Может быть, если Виорика хотите сказать какие-нибудь комментарии? Спасибо.
Дорогие коллеги, я очень рада видеть вас, хотя в онлайн-режиме. Мы уже привыкли практически друг к другу, и сейчас Эдуарда дала нам возможность еще раз увидеться в режиме онлайн. Я за эти 3 дня временами оказывалась в области, где я совсем не владела территорией, как говорил Владимир, это было выше моих пониманий, то, что касается программирования, то, что касается переработки данных, но очень интересный вебинар получился. Те моменты, которые касались квалификации, возможности сравнивания квалификации и возможность подключиться к ЭСКО для нас имеет очень важное значение. И как всегда, напоследок этих наших семинарах у нас остаются нерешенные проблемы, у нас остаются вопросы, но у нас есть Эдуарда, который может нам помочь в этих решениях. который всегда рядом с нами и ответит на все вопросы, которые останутся открытыми. Спасибо всем, удачи всем и здоровья. Спасибо, Эдуарда.
Спасибо, Viorica. Okay, so I don't know if anyone else would like to say a word or express or formulate any wish or any proposal. Please, you can take the floor now. It's now or never. There is a song, yes. And so,
Если можно,
yes, давайте.
одно предложение, Эдуарда, ну, скажу
Давай.
на русском быстренько. Я бывший разработчик, тоже программист. У меня 4 большие системы в прошлом разработаны. И я просто восхищен квалификацией ваших разработчиков, Александра, Мауро, всех остальных. Я немножко даже завидую. Я уже стар, чтобы делать такие умные вещи. Спасибо.
Спасибо, Владимир. Спасибо большое. I see, я вижу Александр Симбал тоже там с нами. Эгине, пожалуйста, или Пракаш. If you would like to speak, Prakash, from Kathmandu, please, you have the floor if you would like to suggest anything. We are really pleased to see you.
Thank you, Eduarda. It was really good to be here because I learned lots of things that were very innovative for me, since it would be really good for me because my country is starting with starting the system, such kind of system, and then it would be really nice to talk with them now. The world has begun such kind of thing, and of course, this would be a very valuable opportunity for me to get some knowledge and transfer this thing. I don't know how much I can convince to the people, but at least I know that the forum is there, then I can take supports, and then maybe in the future, of course, we would be working for this one and would like to be in connection with these networks and learn lots of things in the future as well. Thank you a lot for giving this opportunity, and that's all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We will, of course, if you are interested, Prakash, include you in the network. There are other networks, and you can then see where you can participate, and we can explore ways of cooperation and sharing.
Sure.
Yeah,
this was really new for me because we were trying with a different approach, and then it's again the very different and very unique approach. You have been doing this thing, and then maybe our world is still to do the things. And yeah, thank you, and I would love to be there. Thank you.
Yeah, we will be in touch, and we will include you in the network if it's okay with you.
Thank you a lot.
So, okay, so let us then conclude. If nobody else has any additional word or remark, I'd like then to say what it was, as everybody knows, a really very knowledge intensive 3 days and discovery. Instead of 10 sessions as planned, we ended up with 12 because there were 2 participants who absolutely insisted they wanted to share their own models and experiences. It was all possible. We managed really to do it today. So we had first the model, the experience of North Macedonia, and then also in a very short presentation, Armenia Edu Edu to work. So that was also an additional learning for all of us. So I want just to say that I'm so pleased to see that the Make It Match network continues. So we are still alive, we continue, and there are many things in common among our countries. And all these ideas that we are now discussing about comparison between countries and maybe finding the common KPI, etc. This could be really something to be explored further and implement. That's great. I would say that probably this group, this Make It Match network, can be proud of one thing. You are the ones who have been most exposed and trained in a way in this domain of big data for labor market intelligence. So I think it has been really a bit of a privilege the network has. And if we count the number of web workshops first before the COVID, and now also webinars, and this one was really special, I would say, these 3 days. I want also to say that all video recordings, of course, will be available, as well as the presentations also available in Russian language. So that you can, if you have time, if you want also to show in your university or in your research team, and so you can use these videos and you can organize sessions. And if you like, we can invite Alessandro just to give up a bit of support. So you can use these videos as for your own small exercises or networks at country level. And I think the videos are really very, very rich. And to finalize, I want just to say that, as Alena said earlier about emotion, I want, of course, to use the word emotion. It's the same for me as always. And we never say goodbye without emotion. And I want also to say a big thank you to the Eastern Partnership, and that always supports the Make It Match network. So I want this to be on the record. And we will, of course, send a message to our colleagues in Directorate General in NEAR, DG NEAR of European Commission, those who are supporting and dealing with these programs of Eastern Partnership, for this constant and always sustained support to these activities. And before we say goodbye, let us thank Vera, the interpreters, and everybody who was involved in the organization of all aspects of this of these 3 days. And a big thank you, of course, to Sylvia, my colleague Sylvia, I was saying, for all the support. And we meet again. We need to meet further. Thank you very much, everybody. And I think soon it's the end of the year. So although it's, let me say also, let us wish a good 2022. There are so many challenges currently in the world, and I hope we can overcome them in 2022 with intelligence and maybe kind of strong humane soul that we all need, human and humane. Thank you very much. And thanks for all the, the good emotions that we all have together. Thank you. And Alessandro, good recovery.
Thank you very much, Eduarda.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for those 3 days.
And so we can close the meeting. I learned a lot, and really thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye all.